over the UK.
Working absolutely stupid hours.
Okay, cool, great. Have you got a particular map picked already? Or no? Have you got a map picked already or no?
Can't afford to keep living like this.
Many asked not to be identified.
Have you already picked a map?
But some wanted to share their story.
Nothing in the bank. We haven't even...
I'm trying to figure out who you are.
As their financial futures hung in the balance.
I must have been doing about 120 hours a week.
Being broke is not the same as being broken. So what does just about managing really mean for millions of us from all walks of life and all
I just saw the join thing and thought, okay, cool, let's just jump in. I'm assuming I must have played with you at some point in the past and sent a request or something.
Oh, I got you. I was like, yeah, I don't really know what this is.
I've got like a bunch of things in here. I don't really. It's
No,
popped up saying join a team. I thought, yeah, well, I'm here to play. Why the hell not? Why not, you know? Just give me a couple of seconds to get myself set up properly.
So you don't know. So at the moment, all you've got is what you've got. For the next could be week, 2 weeks.
What, 2 weeks? It'll be next.
I'll be ready as soon as this Keurig spits his coffee out.
One day.
Okay, cool. I'll just set my microphone up so that I don't have to push a button to talk. It's a little bit tedious. Right, okay. Let's spice it up.
Yeah, who's this?
I
I was looking at it, he showed up on my damn friends on here, and I was like, hey, who's that?
A good day.
So I said,
Didn't have a Most of the time, when it's having a bad day, it's stressing.
yeah, as soon as this coffee gets spit out.
But because I'm so used to it now, I just, I like that.
The minute you opened your eyes this morning, you was drunk. Yes, it was.
Even though Billy and his dad work when they can, they've been homeless since Steve lost his full-time job 5 months ago.
Let's mix a memo.
It upsets me from where he used to be to where he is now. And he has done anything to deserve. You know what I mean? Just shit on. Which isn't nice.
Super dream. You dream about it, but you can't have it all.
Who's that? Oh. Alright, what we doing? Grab me some coffee.
You got your coffee, huh? You got all your coffee? You're good?
Nah. Yeah, I'm good, bro.
They've been living in tents.
Real question. The real question. Are we going loaded or are we going free?
Well, that's what I'm looking at. There's only a electromagnetic space pin.
I'm going free
That's
load.
where we keep our little supplies.
What was you gonna ask, bro?
Can't pick milk out. It goes.
What can I call you? What can?
Well, I'm Chris, if you want to know what my name is.
There's no way I'll drink.
My name is Chris as well, but I'll call you Chris.
Okay, well, my surname's Bacon, if that makes it any easier for you.
This is
Bacon, that's better.
Okay, cool.
This is not
That's better. Bacon man. Bacon man.
Y'all want to freeload out Salamanca?
I'm good with whatever, bro. Like, I'm literally right now, I just want to get up a few levels before I crash into bed. That's all I'm doing. Whatever works for you guys. Just, yeah.
That's some good shit. I'm already freeload out, so it's to you.
Yeah, I'm already ready. Oh, okay, cool. Countdown's down. The countdown's down.
50 years old, living in a tent. I'd rather be in a house with a now. You know.
Alright.
After he lost his job, Steve took whatever work he could find, like the occasional shift in the pub down the road. Now he's signed up for a 0-hour contract with an agency, and for the last 2 weeks he's been putting in 10 hours a day on a hot farm. Like nearly 1 million other people on a 0 hours. He doesn't know how much work he'll get each day, or whether there'll be anything at all next week.
Let's ride. Oh, guys right here.
Okay, cool, buddy. Whoa, already?
That's for sure.
Yeah, that's another team. Straight into it. On time.
The pay's not bad. The work is about £500 a month. Me and my dad lived on the beach for 5 months.
Yo, everywhere, what the?
I mean, our tents got flooded. Yeah, we sort of had to get out and look somewhere else.
Oh,
The
yeah.
council offered emergency accommodation 15 miles away in a hostel.
Did we take this thing on hard mode or something? What the hell happened there?
All his life,
Oh, I got one.
he'd rather stay close to his friends and family.
God damn.
Now, all into access, you know what I mean? So we've upgraded from the beach to a garden. Next thing, it's a house.
Who's motherfuckers?
Yeah.
Tuesday, there's 121 million.
You look guys all alive?
Britain is one of the richest countries in the world, yet millions of people still struggle to pay the bills.
Are they dead up there or are they still around?
No. They're over there, baby. Stop.
Hello, I'm calling to radio advert.
Oh, no, no.
I'm a 40-year-old truck driver.
Me, by the way.
I
It's not smoke.
work 5 hours a week. And we are only taking...
They're coming down? I think they're trying to come down the thing. They're down the zip line.
I'm going.
I'm getting Friday.
I'm going down to Aspen.
And my bank account.
Well, so we can't stay there, we're just gonna get shot.
So, about sort of
Oh, yeah. Hey, Gavin.
it's just the problem.
Yeah.
That's one reason to either going down or to remain static.
I got you. I gotta leave you.
So your mother always walks up like a king. I don't think you can describe Tom without
That's the
actually
thing, it's funny. I get an invite and I'm like, oh, who are these guys? And then as soon as I click yes, you guys are both like, who the hell are you? It's like, bro, you invited me.
No, I was thinking about it. I was just wondering who the hell it was.
Doesn't matter, I mean, I'm here to play, so you know.
Hey, Chad, no, come back.
Yeah,
You want something better here, and you don't want them to follow in your footsteps. I didn't really go chasing you. I just done whatever I needed to do just to earn money.
What are we going to do?
My cousin's work, yeah.
I have 19 bullets.
19 all?
Yeah.
Just
Do you guys have an objective here, or is it just like level up and get loot?
still works for the mountains.
More or less just messing around, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough.
Fast, big industry, I'll get that. Not anything left.
That's the first time I've landed.
And thought off. One of Britain's two main steelworks. He works 12 hours a day and earns £375 a week.
So this is my control room, or my bubble as I like to call it. This is the plant. The plant stops.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
show me then which area is actually cut, and then I will head out there and fix it.
Oh, we're back to where we were, huh?
Yeah, but I like to figure out how to get up there.
I think there's a line over there. Stop shit.
We're actually done this. Not just working to it. I like
Trying to come through the door here, Chad.
He was good school, I think. Shovel shit.
Are you good?
Good. Shit.
Ross's pay has not kept up with inflation, and so effectively he's bringing home less than when he started 20
Yeah,
years
get back,
ago.
roll back, roll
40
back.
people yelling at my house right
Now
now.
he's got 3 kids, a mortgage, and £8,000 of credit card debt.
Stop feeling light on a Friday night. Just my chill out night.
Can you see the guy who got you? Is it still there or no?
No, I'm not there.
Oh, you got it?
Over there.
Look, I got your back.
Why would I pick up your dairy every 2 minutes? Because you were 16 this year and you've just turned 14.
Okay, I've got the back, bro. Got him.
Run along.
This motherfucker just out.
They fell into debt because Vicky stayed home to look after the kids.
Nice.
And for nearly
Looks like this guy's
14
got
years,
basic
Ross
stuff.
was the only breadwinner. But now Vicky's back in full-time work.
Oh, he has an anvil. We'll take that.
I paid him last time.
Oh, I need something. I need some bandages or something, bro.
Because someone would have died, right? Tell him that.
That guy has a ton of light shields.
Why is this song you playing today? Shoot up. Mommy didn't get moved, didn't she?
Motherfucking joke, man.
Fucking Joy like he finishes good. Did you notice that?
Though Ross and Vicky both have full-time jobs, once the bills, debts and mortgage have been paid, there's usually less than £300 a month left to live off.
That's still 300. Jesus.
I should keep in. We shot loads. It's a sign of time zone, eh?
Are good?
That's good. You found that it burned the house.
No.
I'm working on trying to pick up some
The grid forecast
cyber
facing 2 lost decades without any rise in engine earnings.
The most prolonged pressure on family incomes more than 6 years.
We're going to see income cut by about £8 on average for the poorest third of households.
What is happening?
Is there a medical place over here?
There is somewhere, but don't ask me where it is.
Couldn't fill my glass anymore, could you? I've done a lot.
red lights and medical though. You're on opposite side.
But if you look on the floor, down there, you should be able to see it.
We could build a
I'm behind you.
I know we're on the opposite side.
Oh.
You need to be on the other side to get to the medical bay.
No, but we'd have a nice home somewhere else as well. That would be nice. We wouldn't have to work.
Ross was born 8 doors down on the same street he lives on now. After he left school, he did a bit of scaffolding and was briefly a jet ski
Oh,
instructor.
guys, over here.
When I was growing up, we didn't have much. Me and my brothers. When we grow up, we're going to be blessed. We're going to be top.
Hey,
Got one.
For the last year or
Good shot
so,
at.
Ross has been taking his 2 eldest children training every Sunday at the Royal Imperial Wrestling.
damn it, got me. Someone get somewhere safe so I can get to you.
Bye.
Amy and Kellen
Right, I'm behind you, I'm behind you, I'm behind you.
fight until the 16, but Ross is ready to step into the ring.
You know the big show? We're going to do
It's an absolute bro.
It's going to be me and you. We're going to get squat.
They're both big days.
Even if they're like small amount, and that's what I want to get. Even if you give it.
Make your way back into the stairwell where I am, okay?
Here's a beast.
Alright. Oh wait,
It's the first proper rest.
what is it, honey? What is it, vinegar?
My mum and family living over there. So it's
Oh, it's coming out. Oh, it's coming. They're coming. They're right here.
Get up.
Well, I'm gonna have to move if they're there then.
I'm coming down.
I gotta be the I haven't got the best of
Jump man. I like that shit.
I can't just walk into a job and then that's a job. So all I can do is just teach them how to fight.
But I have to really have to
There's always been people who struggle to make ends meet. But these days, even some of those who thought they had made it
Let's see
are
if they
living
walk
on the
past.
edge.
Don't know what they are.
What's formerly known as a portfolio career. So I came up to London to be in a band, and then I did photography, and then I raised £1.5 million to live.
Stop that, it's right there. Damn it, it's right there.
And twice to really suddenly
Fuck you, man. Best
it's like a different story. You know, I've fallen off the heights of these, baby. There's no mistaking that. But at least I've landed in a Mercedes. So it's not the end of the world, is it?
I got killed by a stitcher.
Good morning.
Mark has no savings or pension. He's been driving for Uber for nearly 3 years. They take 25% of his earnings, so he needs to make at least £800 a week to cover his costs, pay his rent, and put food on the table for his family.
As soon as I got into it, I was doing it double shift, 7 days a week. Because we were in such doo-doo financially, literally.
Absolutely.
I mean, I was on the edge of losing the flat.
I can't believe the guy was right there. And last second, I was like, oh shit.
You know, all the bills were backed up. It was just, I was waking up at 4:30 in a sweat.
Let's rebuild all my weapons, I
It's
guess.
a relief for me. If you're prepared to throw your life at it, you make the money you need to make. I'm just another player in the gig economy. And it's hand to mouth on a month-to-month basis.
Hello. Okay, we're going Heathrow T2.
I drove these two great big Aussie blokes. They were both pretty pissed. And the young one, he was huge. And he interrupted my conversation by saying, yeah, Mark, that's all very well, but what I really want to do is get in front and suck your cock. Which I went, oh, really? Oh, right. Because that's not in the training video. Uber Towers, that one. I was like, first of all, I said, very flattered. Very flattered, thank you very much. Not really my thing, you know. I said, I've got a wife and kids. So, hi, mate. I've made 65 quid today. And that just is not enough. So I'll probably have to work Friday night as well and maybe Saturday to try and make that up.
Bye-bye.
For over 20 years, Mark has lived in a housing association flat with his partner Mimi. It's not often the whole family get together now the eldest three have full-time jobs. Only Gabe is still living at home while he studies to be a pilot. But Mark is worried that even if Gabe passes the collection, he can't manage to finance the training fees.
I want wine.
That one's open.
Can we go?
Yes.
I love having them all here. It's a rare occurrence these days. They're all rounded up. They enjoy each other's company. When they all arrive, they were all in the boys' room, just gaming and chatting, and I eavesdropped a little bit. And they just get on so well, and I'm, you know, proud of them. Lovely. Have them all.
You're not going to see him off? Go on.
There have been a lot of hard times over the years. I've always done little bits and bobs, not really had a career as such, and he's had these stops and starts of income. And we've never had savings, we've never had big holidays, but we eat well, and we muddle along in quite an old-fashioned way.
Right, okay.
Mark will soon have to decide whether to pay £600 to stay with Uber for another 3 years. But even if he does carry on driving, he could still lose everything.
If you imagine how hard it is to keep your license when you're driving 60 hours a week, everywhere there's cameras and flashes. If you get 4 flashes in 3 years, that's 12 points. 12 points are off the road. And when you get a flash when you're driving, it's not because you're being nasty and you think, I'm going to get away with it. It's because you make a slip. You know, if things go wrong for me, it puts me one step closer to being out of a job. Not having a job probably means not having a home. The only way we cope with the future is by not thinking about it. If I thought about it, I'd just give up.
All I've had today is 5 packets of salt and vinegar crisps at work. You know, I didn't have money for sandwiches or anything, so pounds for 6 bags of salt and vinegar crisps got me through the day.
Bro, like how rough
That's what I do as long as you eat, that's all that matters. Get some food inside
I see about that country right now is just a nightmare.
You've got the Heinz spaghetti, just 1 meal. Beans on toast, that's another meal. If you've got £5, you get as much as you can for a private. You know, they're quite extravagant because they're Heinz.
Steve used to work as a caretaker at the local football club.
Let's have a look. I want to see something else. Today is mostly me just faffing around with this, so. The Graham Norton Show. What's my, there was something I was listening to earlier. History. The real reason you should not save money. What's that all about?
I think part of the reason people spend in the way that they do as well is linked to that, which is sometimes that behaviour, which is also linked to the point about Trimmer at the start, might result in a savings addiction. I often wonder this, because when I was younger, I had this crazy spending problem. And I've also seen people who don't seem to spend anything, and they're just like hoarding capital. You talk about this a bit in the book, like what... Is that equally bad behaviour?
Yeah, I think it's equally bad. Both of them are the exact same thing, which is money's controlling you. Money should be a tool that you use to become a better version of yourself, to become a happier, more content version of yourself. But when it's controlling your personality, it's no different than like any other addiction, where you don't. It's forcing you to do things that you otherwise don't want to do, and that can manifest on either end of the side. Either people can't stop spending, or they cannot spend enough. A lot of financial advisors will tell you one of the biggest problems they have are clients who have saved enough money for retirement. Good job, you saved for 40 years. You maxed out your 401k, you did everything you were supposed to. And now you're 70 years old, and you have enough money to travel and play golf, and you won't. You won't do it. And I think it's because they become so accustomed to the identity of I'm a saver. Every month I save, and every month my net worth goes up. And they cannot bring themselves into switching gears and going in the other direction. And for a lot of those people, the money is in full control over their identity. It's telling them how to live, what to like, what to aspire to, what to enjoy. The money is totally in control of their personality. And it's just as dangerous and just as detrimental as you when you were a teenager of I can't stop spending. And both of those money is like playing the marionette doll of your life. It's telling you exactly what to do and when to do it.
If I wanted to make a framework to know how to spend my money, where do I start? Do I have to get clear on something? Do I, and I guess the other question which is linked to this is this overarching debate around can money make you happy?
Right.
But I'm trying to figure out like where do I start? Because I want to, one of the things I want to get out of today is I want to have a clearer framework for how to spend my money.
Well, those 2 points that you just brought up, I think, are very related. The first, on the point of can money make you happier? The answer is yes, but there's an asterisk next to it that we need to get to. For years, there was a big academic debate does more money make you happy? A lot.
I don't think
Some studies show yes, clearly it does. Others studies show no, it really doesn't. And the academics, the economists were like battling for decades. It's kind of been cleared up in the last couple of years, this last couple of decades, with some nuance, which is this: if you are already an unhappy person, if you're already anxious, if you're already depressed,
well, it's not that necessarily. I mean, you get used to your circumstances very quickly. So like if you're poor and, you know, you suddenly find yourself having money, what you'll find is that you'll be very happy for a bit. You'll have a massive spike, but then eventually as that becomes normal, like other problems start to come in. And there's also the possibility, and I've seen this in several people that I've met and I know, that like having money can highlight, you know, new problems that you weren't aware of. So maybe let's just say you have like you're like an alcoholic, or you have a predilection towards addiction, but you never had the money to do anything to sort of act on it. Now you have money, there's no limiting factor, and so you just basically sort of drink yourself to death. You know, things like that can happen.
By and large, having more money will not help you, at least that much. It might help you a little bit around the margins. If you start as an unhappy, depressed, anxious person, if you are already a happy, content, joyful, laughing person, having more money will give you a better life. So in either direction, it's just leveraging who you already were. It's not going to change you that much. It's just going to leverage who you already were. Very similar to like this is about power. Like once you gain power in politics or something, it just leverages the personality that you already had.
Right.
Money is very much like that. And so it's not
it emphasizes
a panacea in the sense of like, if you're miserable, like if you had more money, it's going to clear your problems. It can make some of your problems a little bit easier to deal with. But I mean, think about it in these stark terms. Let's say you are overweight and unhappy, you hate your job, and you're recently divorced, and your kids won't talk to you, but you live in a mansion that has a Ferrari in the driveway, and you got all kinds of fancy stuff. Is that a good life? If everything else in your life sucked, and you woke up every morning going, I gotta go to work today, I hate my job, I can't stand my job, I'm lonely, I'm miserable, I'm overweight, I can't sleep, I'm addicted to alcohol, whatever it might be. Of course it's a terrible life. The house in the you can put that in a very modest middle-class house, and you drive a 10-year-old Honda Civic, but you love your job. You love your coworkers. You have a great relationship with your spouse. Your kids admire you.
Why are there only two of us?
You have your friends over for a barbecue every Friday night. Materially, it's very modest. You have what you need. You're not impoverished, you're not homeless.
Jumped out,
you have the food that you want, the shelter that you want, but you would be an absolute maniac to choose the miserable person in the mansion versus the content, happy person in the middle-class house. If your goal is to live a good life, it's psychotic to pick one over the other.
I felt this quite starkly recently because I flew to Cape Town on my own. I've only ever been there with my girlfriend and my friend and my husband. I've got a house there, and it's very good. The first time I came in with my family, the second time I came with my friends, this time I came over. And I felt this deep existential feeling. Waking up, walking through that house alone, thinking, fuck me, like, it was so clear to me that the point of such a thing is to fill it with people. And you say,
that's what I make this point in the book. Like the very simple question: will a big house make you happier?
I think it make me depressed. It's empty. That's how I felt. I was like, I'd rather be in a studio apartment alone than a big house on my own.
Right. I had a similar realization to you a couple years ago when I took my family and I went to Maui for a vacation. I love Maui. And now I have kids, so I'm building some emphasis with chilling. And that I remember thinking like this is a 10 out of 10. This is peak life for me. Building sandcastles with my kids, everyone's happy in the sun. But then I had this realization of like if that's a 10, playing with Legos on the living room floor with my kids is like a 9. Like it's really close. Because realization was what I enjoy is like quality time with my kids. I think a lot of the reason that people like vacate is not because they like getting on an airplane and flying around the world and being jet lagged and cramped into a small hotel. They like uninterrupted time away from work, away from all the other stresses. That's what they actually enjoy. That's what they like travel. It's not necessarily a vacation. It's like what the relationship's doing for you. So the question of will a big house make you happier? it really to the extent that it makes it easier.
And
for friends
us
and
taking
family.
up another
Because your friends and family are the ones who are actually making you happy.
Cheers, bro.
And so the answer can be,
Thanks.
will this house make you happy? The answer can be yes, if you're using the reasons. There was this article in the New York Times, this is probably 10 or 15 years ago, and the article said, what was things that happened to Julia Roberts this week? One, she won the Academy Award, and two, she found out her husband was cheating on her. And so the column said, pop quiz, did Julia Roberts have a good week? And it's like, you'd be a fool to say yes. It was probably the worst week of her life, I imagine.
Yeah.
But what we see from the outside was dolled up in a beautiful dress, accepting the highest honor of her career, and saying like, wow, that must be an amazing. But you get back to, once you see the full picture, you're like, it's not as easy as it seems.
You say on page 23 of your book a quote that I loved: "Show off the inside of your house, not the outside."
Right.
And
Because the inside of your house are what your friends and your family are seeing.
Okay,
Is there like
that guy?
a hack here? Like, is there, because you have all these like internet communities that come up with these like hacks, these other ways to live. They step outside of the matrix and they form their own little cult that are like doing it differently and not abiding by the rules of the quote unquote matrix. I very much feel like most of us are trapped in the matrix.
Yeah.
We're trapped in this like status game, competing against each other, not searching for happiness. Like, what is the hack here?
I mean, that's somewhat ironic to me, because whenever you hear people talk about the Matrix, it's usually Andrew Tate. And to him, the Matrix is literally like, in order to escape it, you have to become that thing. You have to become the hyper-successful, person that everyone looks up to, blah, 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 blah. Yet with this dude here, he's saying that the Matrix is nothing to do with that. It's about getting away from that. So, I mean, the reality, Anyway.
How do I get out of the Matrix, and what does that look like?
I think if there is a formula that I lay out in the book, and I make the point that like there's no formula for how to spend money. If I did try to make a formula for a pretty good life, and this extends way outside of money, the formula for a pretty good life is independence plus purpose. If you want to say like, how can I be a happy person? You need to be independent. You need to be able to do what you want to do, when you want to do it, with whom you want to do it with. And you need some kind of purpose that is higher than yourself. And that could be a million different things. It could be friends, it could be family, it could be career, it could be religion, whatever it might be. I think it is very difficult to imagine anyone having a good life without those two things. If your entire life and your schedule is dictated by somebody else, of you have to go to this job that you don't like, you have to have a long commute that you don't like, you have to do this when you don't want to do it, it's hard to be happy. And if you don't have any kind of purpose that you're doing it for, it's difficult to be happy. And so the idea that, to me, the best thing to spend money on is independence. And I view it as purchasing. I don't view it as saving money. I view it as purchasing independence. That's how I view it. I feel like I'm buying independence when I save. And so to me, the biggest thing that I spend my money on, and this sounds weird, but is saving. And I view that as buying independence. I view that as every dollar that I save is a little bit more independent than I was before. It's a little bit of my future that I now own and control. And if you're listening to this and you're like, look, I'm not financially independent, I have no possibility of being financially independent. Independence exists on a spectrum. And literally every dollar that you save is a little bit more independent than you were before. If you have $100 in the bank in savings, that can make it so that if you were to lose your job, you have a little bit more flexibility for rent or groceries or whatever it might be you didn't before. But $1,000, $10,000, any amount that you have is a little bit more independent than you were before. And so when you view one of the cores of living a good life is independence. And any amount of saving money will buy you independence.
Okay, so I have that.
I think that's a powerful observation.
But it's not terrible, the free
And then the
lunch
purpose
at all.
part is going to be different for everyone. For me right now, in my life, it's being a good father. That's what I want my identity to be. That's my overarching goal in life, is to be a good dad. I think the vast majority of parents will tell you that there was no greater joy, purpose than watching their kids thrive. It can also bring a lot of sorrow, a lot of sleepless nights, and a lot of anxiety and a lot of worry that comes along with it. But nothing that I've experienced or any of the other parents that I know would say that anything in life has come before that. It's been a great thing. So we got on this point because the formula is independence plus purpose. For me, the purpose is being a parent. That's not going to be true for everyone.
But you're trading independence for that.
I'm trading it's internal independence that I'm giving up. I want to sacrifice for my kids. I want to like loyalty to people who deserve your loyalty is a wonderful thing. Loyalty to people who don't deserve your loyalty sucks. And so if you're giving your loyalty to a company that doesn't respect you, that sucks. That's terrible. Loyalty to people who deserve it is a very fulfilling thing. So my kids deserve my loyalty.
How did they earn that loyalty?
Just by being my kids. And there's some days where I feel like they don't appreciate it. But I think that tends to be true. People get into problems when they are loyal to people or organizations or political affiliations who don't deserve loyalty. That's when it gets dangerous.
Do you think the promise of freedom has a secret hidden dark trade-off that people don't talk about? Because there's this culture right now of like, be your own boss and stand on your own 2 feet. And when you think about what makes humans happy, it seems to be collective things. It seems to be actually, in your case, as you're saying, dependence. Your kids depend on you. In some ways, you depend on them. All the things that seem to be like having my friends over house made me happier than being in the house alone. The narrative is all about optimizing freedom, whatever that means. And really more so optimizing for independence, not depending on someone else. But when you look at the people that seem to be the most unhappy, they seem to be the most independent.
Right. Because if you picture someone like living in a
freelancer,
in the middle of Montana with no one around them or whatever.
No family, no pets, freelance work on a laptop on their own, in a glass box in Dubai. No big obligations. Not in a church.
This is the formula. Independence plus purpose. Those people have no purpose.
Oh yes.
And so I think yes, everyone is going to be. I'm dependent on my wife, my kids. There is dependency there. But I'm choosing. I chose her as a spouse. I chose to have kids, and so I still did it on my terms. And so you're never going to be, or I think you don't want to be 100% independent in the sense that you don't rely on anyone and no one relies on you, because then you have no purpose. It's choosing who you want. I think you're not independent if you have to be loyal to a job that you hate,
out there still
but you have to have it.
I don't have enough ammo.
And you have to do it, and you have to pay this exorbitant rent on an apartment that you don't even enjoy that much. Like those are dependents on things that you don't want, but like I want to be dependent on my family because that gives me purpose.
It's like the independence to make the choice, I guess.
To make the choice of who you're going to be dependent on, right?
Good. And on this earlier point, you talked about saving, and that your favourite form of spending is saving. Someone's listening now. How much money do you think they should, at a minimum, have saved?
If you try to get technical about it, I would say, what are the odds that at some point in your life you're going to lose your job and not be able to find another job for 6 months? The odds are not bad that will happen to you at some point. Not very comfortable to think about. Maybe it's already happened to you already. The odds that at some point that will happen are pretty good. And therefore, if you were to say, like, look, a good measure of some level of higher end independence, not a low level of independence, but like a medium level of independence is I could keep myself going for 6 months. And for a lot of people, that's a daunting task, and it's okay. You're probably not going to achieve that when you're 15. It's going to take some savings to get there. But that is a level at which you can exhale to a degree that most people have never been able to do before. Of like, there's going to be some bad stuff happening in your life. It's going to be uncomfortable, but it's going to be okay. And for most people, for most of history, it was there's bad things going to happen to you, and you're not going to be okay. It's going to be very traumatic. And one of the important things there is when you lose that job, the ability to go find a good job, even a better job, where you want, doing what you want, with the people who you like working with, is very important. If you don't have any savings, you're going to have to, by default, pick the very first job that you can come across, even if it's a terrible job in a location that you hate, doing something you hate, working with people you don't like. And so the flexibility to give yourself time to find a job that is a little bit easier and better for you, that is the purpose of savings.
Hide.
And that goes back to your point about independence, which is you want to building up those savings is building up the independence or the freedom to make a choice about who you work with.
Right.
If the worst were to happen, you don't have to necessarily go get a job at some awful place.
Some terrible place.
You talk about jealousy in the book as well. And I was reading some stats that quite funny stats, but they say that essentially that if you win the lottery, the probability of your neighbor going bankrupt increases.
It's an amazing statistic, right?
So what's happening there?
Well, you're looking at your neighbor who won the lottery, and your neighbor probably bought a vacation house, bought a new car, sending the kids to private school, whatever it might be. And you watching that are like,
you'd need like 4 or
I
5
need that for
guys.
myself. It's unfair that they have it and I don't. And I'm going to go do any reckless financial decision to get that. So much of what we think is normal, our definition of success, is what other people around us have. And so if you are watching your neighbor live a better life than you, then all of a sudden your definition of life is what they're doing, and you will do some reckless things to get it. I think that's what happens. And so one of the takeaways there is like, be careful who you
friendly,
because you're going to anchor to them as a baseline level of success.
Watch out, there's something big
be
out
very
there.
careful with
Something
what
big
you
out
do
there.
and who you look up and inspire to. I grew up in Lake Tahoe, California, and this was before tech money, when it was a wealthy area. It is now because all the tech money from San Francisco came up. But Tahoe in the 90s and early 2000s was just out in the woods. And, you know, most people in town didn't have any money. And then I went to college in Los Angeles, where there is a lot of wealth. There are high expectations, and there are Lamborghinis and Rolls Royces and whatnot. And one of my observations was people were happier in Tahoe. And I think the reason why is because the definition of success in Tahoe back then was a 2-bedroom house and a pickup truck. In Los Angeles, the definition of success was a mansion.
Yeah, you just gotta aim for the engine.
And a Bentley. And so it was easier for people in Tahoe to be like, I'm good. I checked the boxes. Like, look, I'm successful. Look at my tiny little house and my beat up pickup truck. That's success, right?
Just, watch out for
And
the
so
Bobby
that was
Deer.
like,
It's
be
over
careful
there
who you
somewhere.
socialize with
That
because
way.
you're going to anchor to their level of success.
If you love the Driver CEO brand and you watch this channel, please do me a huge favour, become part of the 15% of the viewers on this channel that have hit the subscribe button. It helps us tremendously, and the bigger the channel gets, the bigger the guests.
I just shot at it, so run.
I have some graphs in front of you there. I think one of them is the spectrum of financial independence.
Yeah.
Could you explain to me what that is and how that's useful to understand?
It's I had this friend 10 or 20 years ago, and he said, I don't save any money because I don't see the purpose. All I'd be able to save is $100
I'm
a
dead,
month.
dude. Thanks.
And what's that going to do for me? And since I
Yeah.
don't do anything for me, I might as well just go spend it. And I'm thinking, no, that's like $100 in savings for a year, $1,200 in savings is $1,200 more independence than you had before. And again, not if, but when you lose your job or your car breaks down, you're going to realize how unbelievably valuable that money is. And it's not savings, it's independence that it's giving you. So the idea that independence is on a spectrum. It is not you either don't have to work or you have to work. It's not that stark. Most people think of it in those terms. Why would I try to become independent if I have no chance of not working? And the simple way to view it is every dollar that you save is a piece of your future that you control. The flip side is like every dollar of debt that you have is a piece of your future.
I know, honestly, I've only got like a minute worth
it's a
of
moment in time in the future that is not yours, it belongs to somebody else. And so on the spectrum, when I was younger and much poorer, I was a big saver. Paying my rent, paying my bills, of course. But I viewed it as like every $20 that I saved, every $50 that I saved, put me in a better position than I was before. And looking back on it, I don't think I could articulate a lot of it for me back then was coming from a place of fear. I didn't have a lot of self-confidence in myself and my career, so I was like, I need to save to
save yourself. Run. I've got like 5 seconds left.
Because I've had a sense of financial security, and I've had a sense of independence financially since I was in my early 20s. Not because I had saved a ton, I hadn't, but any amount that I saved, I viewed as like the cushion that gave me a much higher sense of confidence.
Nice, leveled up. There's a good thing I went out there with a free pack, I'll tell you that much.
I'm going to have some cushion to fall back on.
And what is this spectrum? What are the stages of the spectrum?
Right. Who was
Let's start at the very bottom. You're homeless, you're panhandling, reliant on the kindness of strangers. As you go up from there, you can be completely reliant on your boss in a job that you don't like. Now that's another low level. As you go up from there, you have look. I'm relying on my job. I'm relying on my paycheck. But I probably have some opportunities. I could go work at another job. I could choose to work here. I could choose to work there. And as you go up from there, it's like, yo, I like my job and I have some savings. So if I lost this job, I can fall back onto it from there.
What do I want?
You can go up from there to have you can live where you want. You can work where you want. You can change fields. You can go and you can do a completely different job. You can take 2 months off and travel if you wanted to. Like you're working your way up all the way to the highest level of financial independence, which is I don't need to work anymore. I've saved enough, and I can wake up every morning and do whatever I would like to do. That's obviously an aspiration that most people will never be reached until they're maybe in their 70s and they're retiring. And have Social Security and some other savings from there. But for most people, like a good level of independence as a good goal is enough savings so that if you lost your job, if your car broke down, if you needed to replace the roof on your house, you would be able to do it without losing that much sleep. That is a realistic level that I think almost anyone can achieve.
Based on everything you know about money, if I want to get to that highest level of complete financial freedom,
right?
What's like the 5 things that I should be thinking about at just a sort of a very simple level? Because so many people listening right now think, my goal in life isn't to become a billionaire or tens of millionaire. My goal in life is just to get to that point of freedom as soon as I can, where I can start calling the shots. And there's someone who I was speaking to the other day and said that there's this internet movement of
like most people aren't that interested in becoming mega wealthy. What they basically want to be able to do is like live a lifestyle that matches their expectations, like consistently. So like once you hit like a certain standard of living where you can have the things that actually make you happy and give you fulfillment, is maintaining that.
Kids who are trying to get, what do they call it? It's like they're trying to get to the point where they can retire early. Fire something.
Financial independence, retire early.
Okay, yeah, that. Like how do I get there?
The first thing that I think is most important, this is the first and the last thing, this is the most important part,
half a kilometer?
is that
Jesus.
All wealth, your feeling of wealth, is what you have minus what you want.
What do I have as my
And it's so easy to ignore the latter. I talked about it in my late grandmother-in-law, my wife's grandmother, a couple years ago.
Okay, good.
For 30 years, she lived off of nothing but $1,700 or $1,800 a month in Social Security. Not a lot of money. By most accounts, very little money. But she didn't want anything more. If she made $1,700 a month, she did not want $1,700 in $1. She was perfectly happy. She found all of her happiness working in her garden, going for walks, watching the birds, watching the sunrise, watching the sunset, talking to her friends, hanging out with her family. But if you asked her, you said, you only make $1,700 a month.
That gives you joy.
You're broke. Doesn't that make you unhappy?
There comes a point where you can only have so much stuff. I mean, the way I used to say it to a friend is there are only so many steak dinners and vacations you can have before, it kind of becomes like just routine. So it's about finding a level of finding something that actually gives you a level of fulfillment where you feel content with what you have.
Like what?
But the only thing is that for a lot of people, they don't. It's this. They always think no more. Am I dead already? You have got to be kidding me. Are you fucking serious? For real? For fucking real? Like.
Do you think having more money makes the sunset more beautiful? Do you think having more money makes going for a walk more pleasant? And I'm not saying you should live like you should be content.
Well, I got something out of it, so I'll take it.
The point is, like, she was content. She was totally content, and it was her choice. And I think she was happier financially.
Unbelievable! I can't believe that happened. Right,
some
doing it again.
Billionaires.
Doing it again.
Because there's a lot of billionaires who have $1 billion, but they want 2. They have $2 billion, but they want 4. One of the things is that happiness might be the wrong word here. The word that people want is content. When you sit here and daydream about having the bigger mansion, what you're actually doing is you're imagining yourself in the mansion being content with it. You imagine yourself sitting in that house and saying, I don't want anything more than this. The feeling that we are aspiring to is just being content. Happiness is always like a 30-second motion. It's like laughter. Like if I tell you a funny joke, you'll laugh for 30 seconds.
Yeah, people confuse happiness and being content. Being content means you're satisfied. You have no expectation. You're just comfortable, and there's no worries, there's no concerns, there's no nagging feeling in the back of your mind. Happiness is like very brief moments, usually connected to a specific event. You know what I mean? That's happiness. So yeah, it's right. They're at the top.
Like very few times in life are you happy for more than a couple minutes at a time. But what you want that is like a durable emotion is being content. Just saying like, I'm good with this. I don't want anything more.
I interviewed Dr. Anna Lemke. She's like the scientist who's most renowned for talking about and writing about dopamine.
Yeah.
And I was wondering how much the molecule dopamine dovetails into this, because I think one of the things she said to me was that dopamine is the chemical for wanting, and people have, I think, mistaken it for being the pleasure. Happiness hormone.
It's more. It's like you want more.
And she told me this crazy study about this rat where they removed the dopamine receptor from its brain so it can produce dopamine, and then they put food 2 inches from its mouth, and the rat starved to death. Because and in that, so I've always thought about that. As, okay, so that's what dopamine is. It's the motivation to go get, to want, to pursue. What role is dopamine playing here?
It's huge, and that's actually a good realization to be like, a lot of this is not something that you can solve on a spreadsheet. It's not something you can solve with a formula. It's chemicals in your brain. And obviously, some people are going to be more susceptible to that. I think my grandmother-in-law just had, for whatever it was wired differently than most people. Part of that was like she was exposed to the Great Depression, grew up during the Great Depression, which probably like lowered her expectations. She never had social media and whatnot. But of course, I think some people are wired differently than others for a level of contentment. But I think there's a big thing in psychiatry where diagnosing a mental illness is sometimes more important than the treatment. If you just get a diagnosis of like, oh, you're ADHD, whatever, just knowing, just like the fact that you can stop questioning why am I having these thoughts, you can understand why you have those thoughts is more important.
Yeah, because you understand yourself.
And I think it's true here. That's true. It's easier said than done to completely control your desires. But just knowing why you're doing it and realizing that it's probably not going to give you the happiness that you want, that it's just like any addiction, that the more you chase it, the further away it's going to get, can go a big ways. And so for me, myself, there's all the time, there are moments when I'm like, oh,
without realizing
I should get that car. Maybe I should get a big house. I have those feelings daily. So the feelings don't go away, but I think I'm better now than I've been in the past at reminding myself of like, it's not going to make you happier. You know that. You've tried this before. You've tried it before and it didn't make you happy. What is going to make you happy is spending time with your kids, having a good relationship with your wife, and your own physical health, and laughing with your friends, and having good times with people who you enjoy. You know that's going to make you happy.
Friendly or not friendly?
That's not. And I have to remind myself because it's not intuitive. And I have dopamine and it tells me you should.
Okay, cool.
So you never get over it. But I think once you've diagnosed the problem, it becomes easier at just like spotting that emotion and realizing that it's telling you a story is probably true.
I wonder if I could trade the addiction, because you referred to it there as being an addiction. If it's for dopamine equation, could I not shift my addiction to something more productive? And would that mean that my spending would get better? So actually, when I think about me as 18 years old and having that horrific spending, maybe I just shifted the thing that gave me dopamine to like building businesses, or to podcasting, or to writing books, or being a great dad. I don't know. Do you know?
I think it's probably true that everybody, without exception, is addicted to something.
Yeah.
And it's just harnessing that process for whatever it might be. So some people are addicted to, my wife's addicted to gardening, let's say. She couldn't care less about investing or spending money on a nice, she could not care less about her car or my car or your car. But if you have a good gardener, if you have a pretty garden, she's all over it. So everybody's got their thing, and it's just like, can you harness that for productivity? And I think a lot of like extremely successful people are people who took their natural addiction and harnessed it for productivity into their business. And that's why they're so successful. They just became obsessed with doing something. And it's a good question of whether we can actually guide that addiction, or if it's just going to be wired in itself. I think it's true for myself. Someone who's written about money. My mom tells a story that when I was 3, I would sit there and count pennies. I don't want to count seashells. I don't want to count cars. I don't want to count rocks. And so I think I've always had this disposition towards being fascinated with money. Why? I don't know, because I did when I was 3. I did before I could even think through it. But I think everyone has their little thing. It's always been fascinating. I don't think I'm obsessed with money. I don't think it controls my life. If I've had to go out of my way to have a healthier relationship with it. But I think it's definitely been true that the reason that I've found myself in this career is that it's always been my thing. And I think everybody has that thing.
You know, people call it, I was reflecting on one of my friends who was an alcoholic, had a problem with gambling, then had a problem with eating, then got obsessed with so now he's like health and fitness. So I was thinking about people that are struggling with money problems.
Did he open the door? I didn't
struggle with money. I think I probably just traded it for something, and actually I'm happy about that because I traded it for a better addiction, which is more productive. My career and I guess doing this, I'm pretty addicted to doing this. It makes me happier than the plastic screen.
Exactly.
You know what? I take it back. Going out with the basic bitch box is a genius idea.
Tell yourself,
Don't
when I
have
get
any
one more
firepower to
hit, so to speak, then I'll be satiated. Then that'll be enough. And the answer is like, no, absolutely
Lower.
not.
Oh, fuck.
I'll tell you, like,
Roll,
but it made me laugh. My wife and I bought a new house about a year ago. It's an awesome house. We love it. It's great. And my brother-in-law came over the other day, and he goes, you know, you're only going to live here for 2 years before you want to buy a bigger house. And I had to laugh because I'm like, I don't think that's true. I think we're going to live here for a while. But I know what you're saying is right. That's the natural guide towards it.
I heard it.
When we bought the house, it was like, oh, this is going to be so great. Can you imagine we're going to get to do this, get to do that, and you have these neighbors and whatnot? And you become accustomed to that very quickly, and then your gaze shifts a little bit higher. And like, yeah, but that house over there, that one's nicer, isn't it? That's always the natural thing, and that's dopamine at work. That is dopamine purely at work.
Right, let's actually have a
our
plan
previous
here.
house
Right, I need to get some
great.
right.
Our previous house used to be our dream.
And the dopamine exists when there's a gap between where you are and where you want to be with something. And when that gap closes, they often refer to that as the arrival fallacy.
Yeah. Right.
Which is really kind of what you're describing.
You tell yourself, once I get there, then I'll be good. Then that's enough. And it's a fallacy because you know this.
That is super true. That is a super true thing. That is. I mean, I always thought with my career that as soon as I got a job doing the thing I wanted to do, that everything in my life would become in some way validated. There'd be a moment of, oh my God, I've made it. I'm there. I've done it. I've achieved it. Didn't happen. Because you still wake up the next day and you still have to power through and you still have to get things done and you still have to interact with the world. It's not like a movie where suddenly you're like, you know, and the end credits, you live happily ever after. No, it doesn't work that way. That is very true.
Not true. As soon as you get to that, whatever that mountaintop is, there's another mountain above it. It pushes you in a way that is not easy. Like nobody should pretend that you can just go do this today. It pushes you into appreciating what you have now and finding your joy,
so
finding your happiness.
Game with what is
other things that don't have the arrival fallacy. Never have, as a parent, have I said, oh, if only I had one more kid, then that would be great. There's really no arrival fallacy for kids. You just kind of be like these. Like I just appreciate being around you. I just appreciate all of it. And if anything, it's the opposite. It's you look back and you're like, oh, I miss when you were younger. It was like, oh, it's sad how fast you're growing up. If anything, rather than like looking ahead and being like, oh, it's going to be better then, you're looking back.
Just come and go.
I wish I appreciated that phase a little bit more.
When you talked about one of the ways to get to early retirement and to live a better life is to want what you have and basically want less things. I go back and forward a lot with this idea because there's like the monks who say that like happiness is not wanting something. And then there's like the reality of life where striving for things seems to make me happy, and everybody describes the journey as being the most enjoyable part.
That's your purpose.
That's true.
Yeah, so how do I make sense of this? That, like, the monks are telling me that not to want anything because that's going to make me frustrated and unsatisfied. And then my lived experience is striving for things with a group of people seems to make me happy.
I'd done the thing
I think there's a difference.
I wanted to do. And I realized that what actually made me happy wasn't getting the thing I wanted. It was the journey to getting it. That's what gave me joy. That's what actually made me feel happy.
It's a subtle difference, but between pursuing something that you genuinely enjoy doing, which for you is your business or not, versus being addicted to something that you're chasing something that you don't have. And so I imagine when you're doing this, you don't tell yourself, I need to work harder so that one day the podcast can be up here. I imagine, tell me if I'm wrong, but I imagine you come to work every day and you're like, I like doing this today. Yeah. I like today. I like yesterday. I'm going to like tomorrow. And so you're not chasing a false goal. You just actually enjoy doing it.
Do you know what? It's a weird thing because it's you know, I'm going to be honest because it's a really useful position to take. It's a weird combination of both. So I say like it's important for us to have some like goal, but also live in the total understanding that the goal doesn't actually matter. And it's this weird dichotomy I live in, which like, if we become the biggest podcast in the world,
I can't be killed now, so I need a kick.
As a goal, because it gives us something to
chase. I get that.
KPI and then like put timeframes against and get excited by and focus on. But then also living in the total realization that it's not going to matter at all. Nothing is going to change in my life. Zilch. What am I going to get? A better black shirt? It's like...
Here's the truth. The reason that we live in a world with a ton of technology and a ton of great businesses and great medicine and whatnot is because virtually everybody, for all of human history, was woken up every morning and said, it's not. That's the fuel of progress. And I don't want to live in a world where everyone wakes up and says, I have all I need. Because then progress would stop that day. We would probably start declining that day.
I don't want to die.
So
I only
there's
have
a paradox here of like, as a whole society,
friendly or not
grateful,
friendly,
and you should be grateful that people wake up unfulfilled.
Yeah.
Because we live in a way better world today than we did 100 to 200 years ago because of that. And the richest people in the world, who I think are by and large tortured psychologically, have created amazing technology that you and I benefit from. And the reason we're doing this podcast is because people before us who are way wealthier than you and I woke up in the morning and said, this is not enough. Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, all those people, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, they woke up and said, I don't care if I...
Pause that so I can say it. The lack of money is usually what gives them the thing that sort of says, my life is bad because I don't have enough of this. I don't have enough of the things I like. You know, I see other people, I'm making comparisons, etc., etc., etc. I need to get rid of something. Oh, Christ. Drop that. Keep that. Drawing shot. Drop to the ground. That there. And then more of that. More of that. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so it's like I was saying. I think for most people, they sort of rationalize to themselves, if only I had more money, then I'd be happier and I can have the things I want. And that's how they rationalize how they feel about their lives and the circumstances. But if you're wealthy and you have problems, especially like mental health problems or relationship problems, you don't have that thing that tells you, oh, it's because of this that I have this issue. You're sort of trapped in this sort of like, you know, oh my God, I've only got this. There's only really one thing I can blame, and it's myself type deal, you know? As opposed to like an exterior thing of, oh, if not for this, then that. At least that's the way I kind of break it down in my head.
I have $100 billion. It's not enough. I need to create better technology.
Yeah,
and that's
I need
great
more.
to
If I had more,
and so there is a paradox here that what is and that will never change. It will never change. So there's a paradox that like the better society becomes, I think. Like it's always going to be the case that as a whole society we're going to have a level of angst and anxiety and not be satisfied.
Like imagine like when Elon Musk
individual
has a
level,
bad day,
I think
like
you can recognize that game and contextualize it in your own life.
Himself and his own decisions, you know? Or Jeff Bezos or anyone else like that.
I want to sell more books. I want to save more. I also have to go so far out of my way to put it into context and say none of it's going to matter unless I have a higher purpose beyond that money. So I think you can aspire for more and still go out of your way to realize what the expectations game is, even if you can't perfectly control it. It's similar to like, those are great, and they're always going to taste great. And so I'm never going to get to a point where I say,
my pleasure.
I don't want a nicer house. I'm a human, and so are you, so is everyone else. You're always going to have those feelings, but you can recognize the game, recognize the voice that's talking to you, and realize when that voice lies to you, and when it's telling you a story that is either false or just a little bit incomplete. I think if you had to like say who is the happiest person in the world on average, not like naming a person, but if you had to describe the life of like who's the happiest person out there, my guess is it's probably something close to a middle-class family that lives in a 3-bedroom house and has a 5-year-old car, but they have an amazing marriage, tons of friends, they're in good health, but they are by any other statistic ordinary. And at the end of their life, more than the people who are very, very successful, that ordinary family is going to look back when they're on their deathbed, when they're 95 years old, and be like, that was good.
I mean, a
do you think, this is a very strange question to ask, but do you think I could make myself like that?
Deal with other people. You know, they still want to find someone, fall in love.
Here's the truth. I think on the nature-nurture spectrum, most of what we believe and the feelings that we have is forged at conception. and it's just we're just wired that way. And there's not much we can do about it. Some people have different aspects. Elon Musk was born wired very differently than I, and there's nothing we can do about it. So we are who we are, but I think we can put those feelings into a better context. Even if we can't control having those feelings, we can choose.
Well, we can also better understand ourselves.
Tell ourselves a more complete story about why we're having those feelings.
I mean, that's kind of the whole point of therapy,
those
is
aspirations will actually do our
sort of the
happiness.
cycle.
So on this point of how to retire early, the first one was about managing what you want. Is there anything else there that if I'm trying to increase the probability that I get to retire early, I should know in terms of tactics and strategies?
Well, one of the things, this is a little bit different than the question that you asked, but one of the things that's important is that a lot of the people who do retire early, they tell themselves, I'm going to save so much money, I'm going to retire when I'm 32, and then life's going to be great. What actually happens is they retire at 32, and 6 months later they're bored out of their mind. And they realize that like what actually makes you happy is purpose. And for a lot of people, their purpose can be their career. Or they realize that they had this idea that when they retired, it was just going to be a great life. But the truth is all of their friends are working and don't have time to go play golf with them on Tuesday afternoon. And so a lot of people who retire early end up going back. They realize it was not what it was made out to be. Because they had, if the formula...
It's not just that either. It's not just that either. It's not that they've suddenly realized of, oh, I'm bored. If you're doing fire, you know what I mean? With the whole retire early movement, so much of your life's purpose is about saving every cent you can make, right? And it's not just cash, it's everything. It's like just money, it's how you do your lifestyle, like recycling, all this kind of stuff, living on the absolute bare minimum. The moment you actually go into retirement and that becomes fulfilled, you're probably going to be younger because the whole point was to retire early, but a massive chunk of your life's purpose is now gone, and you have a void to fill. And unless you have a very, very, very fulfilling life outside of this, family, friends, hobbies, goals, other things you want to seek and do, you're going to feel like you've just walked into an empty room and now you're like, okay, great, now what do I do? That's going to suck. That's really going to suck. Because whether we like it or not, for so many of us, we tie so much of our, I guess, our purpose. I just realized I've only got like a few bullets left, so how about we get the hell out of here and we try and actually win. So I have an anvil, which is actually quite a good gun, but I've only got 20 rounds, so there's no point fucking about or faffing about. I think there's also statistics that say that people who retire early, or people who go into retirement, especially men, they often die younger because they no longer have that, like I said before, that
independence plus purpose. They gained independence, but they kind of lost their purpose.
Yeah.
And then and so it was incomplete. They didn't get what they wanted.
Independence without
love the
purpose.
Driver Senior brand and you watch this channel, please do me a huge favour, become part of the 15% of the viewers on this channel that have hit the subscribe button. It helps us tremendously, and the bigger the channel gets, the bigger the guests.
That isn't giving you meaning. But for a lot of people, it's that never-ending grudge, that never-ending march just to get to the next day, to get to the next paycheck. In a twisted sense, for so many people,
when
that
all
is
of
their
your options are bad,
whether they like it or
very
not.
risk-taking. Because you have nothing to lose, kind of thing. So whenever you see people participate in get rich quick schemes, you know it's because they feel like all their other options are bad. If you knew,
by the way, if you are watching this,
that
I'm not really
you could go to
watching
college,
the
or not go to college, but if you
are,
go
there
learn
are
the
people out
skill
there watching this,
and go
like,
work
subscribe,
hard and learn a skill,
oh,
99 out of 100 say that's the if you believe, whether it's true or not, if you believe that option's available to you, let's throw it all on this new coin kind of thing. And so I think that's you see that quite a bit. There's a lot of things in life where you see people making bad decisions or what you think are bad decisions, and it's easy to mock them. I'm not going to say they're idiots, but deep down, there's always a reason that it's kind of...
Yeah, what are you going to do? He kills me now. Shit.
We're out.
Fuck you.
I'm not going to say self-esteem, but lack of self-confidence in your ability to earn a good, dignified, stable wage to live.
That's frustrating, right? because when we think about who becomes
I'll be honest, I got a little worried there. I thought maybe you'd be able to squeeze in
through history. It's often men. Women do seem to be generally better with managing money than men.
Yeah. With men, what a lot of it is
some of the
inability to say that's enough, particularly with the risks that they take. So you see this with a lot of hedge funds. Hedge funds are just giant investing pools of money of like rich people.
I will say, in my experience, women are typically better at finding a purpose than men are. Because women tend to kind of, they're often better at, what's the best way I can put this, building a life outside of just get up, do the thing, do this thing, go to bed. They actually have a functional life outside of that. Which was really, really helpful. Do I not have another point? I thought I had a point. I guess not. You know what I need to do? I need to find somewhere for him. My little thing. Let's go to the dams. Actually, fuck it, let's go here. Why the hell not? I've got 2 anvils now. An anvil and a shotgun. And I've got a lot, you know what? Shotgun. I've got shotgun ammo. So screw it, let's do shotguns. Smoke grenades. Blaze grenades? Don't know what that is. Oh, do I go with the free? Do I go out with the free one? Oh, screw it. You know what? We'll go with the free one. Oh, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Okay. Go. I've paused it, haven't I?
Wall Street managing money. They have quite a long history, not lots of them, but quite a long history of them blowing up. And it's because this very smart, genius, billionaire Wall Street trader who has a PhD from MIT could not say
I don't know if it's
that was enough. They
testosterone
kept taking
thing
more
or
risk,
what,
more
but
risk,
like,
more
yeah,
risk.
ego plays a big part.
And we definitely see with women managing money that they tend
to think they're genius, yeah.
to not earn as high returns on any given year, but they don't build themselves up, so to speak, financially. So they're like men are much more willing to swing for the fences, and women are much more willing to say, I'd like to just take a calm, casual swing, but I want to keep it going for a long period of time. Now, who's going to do better over the course of a lifetime?
Your book profiles a few scenarios of who does better over a lifetime. And although I read your book, I think it must have been 4 years ago, I will always remember reading a story about it. I think he was like a stockbroker that you write about in his book.
Jesse Livermore.
Tell me that.
Jesse Livermore was a trader, a Wall Street stock trader 100 years ago. Most of his work in the early 1900s through about the 1920s. And he was the best in the world at getting rich. And he had no ability whatsoever to stay rich. I think he became the equivalent of a billionaire, just for inflation, 4 separate times.
Making money and keeping money are 2 separate skills.
He eventually, at his end, committed suicide when he went broke for, I think, the 5th.
That's why you get a lot of people
And
who
in
say
between
inherit
there,
a lot
he
of
would
money
become
and then
literally the richest man in the
5,
world.
10 years there.
But he had no ability to say, that's enough. So when he was the richest man in the world, he's
screwed for that. It's people who work in sports. Because they're often quite young, which means they're often very inexperienced. They often get a lot of money very quickly. And then they often have a real difficult time holding on to it. Because they usually spend it on dumb things.
kept taking more risk, and it blew up. They did it over and over and over and over again.
Oh, you know what? I didn't see that.
It's amazing. It's an amazing story because punctuated through his story of failure and bankruptcy and eventual suicide is a level of success that like Steve Jobs could not have. He has no one in history, I think, was better at getting rich
is that the way in?
than he was. And
Oh, you're
he
kidding
could
me.
not keep it. And
God damn it.
for most people, like a much better situation, of course. It's like you don't need to become the richest in the world. You can just make a modest amount of money that's going to support you and your family. But keep it. Don't keep taking more risks. That's eventually going to blow up. Just keep it. It's okay.
What do you think of crypto?
I don't own any, so maybe that's the summary of how I feel about it. But I also think the only take that I've had
I
on
own
it is like,
crypto, and I've been
if you
disappointed in it.
don't think that
Because I didn't get
some of
Ethereum
it
and I didn't get
is inspiring,
Bitcoin. I ended up
and
buying.
then you're not paying attention. But if you don't think that 99% of it is a joke, then you're not paying
privacy
attention.
coin, then it was.
And I say that because most people are one or the other. They either think the whole thing is a scam and they don't understand any of it. It's a bubble, it's going to burst, or it's literally the greatest invention. And I think whenever there's a new technology, you're likely to get like those extreme one of those camps. But also in the history of technology, what you would see is that 99% of the new players, the new companies, the new products won't exist in 10 years. And a couple of them will turn into Ford or Microsoft or whatever it might be. That's always been the case. So you can't envision a world in 20 years in which crypto is not having a big part of the global economy. And I also think you cannot envision a world in which in 20 years, 99% of what exists today doesn't exist anymore.
I've got to be honest, the only reason I keep holding on to my crypto is the hopes that, like, because they're still around. The business is still operating, it's still making money.
Institutional money has gone to. I'm doing the same thing. I've never traded coins in my life.
The company's still there. It's still
I think most of it's probably.
So my hope is that one day they just like,
but I think that Bitcoin
get
feels
the
like
investment and pop, and I will be
the
there.
place that the market has decided will be
sandbox.
Yeah, it's not contradictory in history to say that this new technology will change the world forever, and at the same time, probably not going to make much money. The best example of that were the railroads, which was probably the most transformational new industry in U.S. history. Like to have a railroad going from the East Coast to the West Coast, that changed everything in such a profound way. And the vast majority of railroad investors lost all their money. So you could get it right. This is going to change the world forever. It does not mean that you're going to make that much money on it. And that's not to say that most crypto investors. No, I would say it's almost certain that most crypto investors will not make that much money. That's pretty standard historical. The other thing is in cars. In the early 1900s, there were 2,000 car companies in America, and 1,997 of them went bankrupt. Ended up with GM, Ford, the rest virtually disappeared. So it's always the case that in a new technology that changes in the world, there's a big gap between this is going to change the world and everyone's going to get chances.
One of the things that made me question my hypothesis on crypto was Google released this new computer. I don't know if you saw it, called Willow.
The quantum computer that can crack, in theory, in the future. I've talked to people about this, like you can't believe in crypto and quantum at the same time. People who are much smarter than me say that's not the case. You can the system. I don't
those creepy ass screaming things nearby.
Google built a powerful new computer that uses quantum technology. Some people worry they hacked Bitcoin by breaking its security system. But right now, Willow isn't strong enough to do that just yet. And they pose that quantum computers may well become strong enough that they'll be able to hack Bitcoin's system that keeps it safe.
Right.
Because there is a certain amount of compute that could
that doesn't exist right now. That's put in the future with quantum.
Yes. Right. So, like all assets, I mean, if you look back through history, we've used different things as stores of value. And many of those things, whether it's tulips or whatever else, aren't a current store of value. So it's conceivable to think that Bitcoin as a store of value does have a shelf life.
Yes. But that's, I mean, of course that could be the case. I mean, gold, which has been, store of value for thousands of years, has gone through periods where it surged and then fell 90% and sat there for 20 years, kind of thing. So even when you have something that is a historic,
I don't think, when he said store of value, I don't think he was right there. I mean, money isn't a store of value, but money isn't supposed to be a store of value. Money is a method of exchange. It's a mode of exchange. It's a way of sort of taking value and putting it into other things, like things that add more value or consumable goods. If you have cash and you have excess cash, i.e. more cash than actually meets your consuming needs, it should be put into actual stores of value, which is typically things like businesses. Because businesses build money and create value. That's what you're supposed to do with it. People who say things like, we need money that kind of grows in wealth. Well, if we had that, if holding dollars, if the value of the dollar constantly went up, or didn't go down, or was like, this went up effectively, like, you know, what certain people argue for, no one would invest in different things. And you'd basically crush the economy, because if I can make, say, 10% per year just holding on to $1, why would I put it into anything else? There's no point. There's no incentive to do it, you know? Which means why would anyone start a business? Why would anyone, you know, why would anyone do investing? Because you could just sit happily back and make your money that way. I hate them. Because they're tough, and I've literally got 90 rounds on a crappy little gun. Tons. There are people. Someone's firing, someone should... Do I have anything valuable? Not really. Okay, so I don't mind getting killed, because at least I still keep the experience. There's a second there, I thought, what the fuck? Friendly to whoever's out there. I am friendly. Mr. and Mrs. Gim Loki, 69.
Very objective core value. That doesn't mean that you know.
I don't like the creepy ass sound.
Here in the next 10 years. That's a totally different thing.
When you look at all these people from history that have made the generic great wealth, are there like certain strategies they deploy? Because when I think about Warren Buffett, I'm like, okay, so he like compounded for like 80 years, blah, 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 invested, he was an investor. Then you've got this other strategy which might be entrepreneurship. Some incredible company, like Elon Musk making SpaceX or Tesla.
Okay.
Do you have a different strategy?
Games, you get killed, you don't really die.
If there's one thing
anything in, I can't take
applicable to ordinary
roasted
people.
parts, but
No, you come up with like different marketing things, but like that's not going to apply to me or you. One thing that sticks out, that is a common denominator that virtually everyone listening to this could learn from, is they were way more patient and had way more endurance and kept it going for longer than anyone else. David Senra, who's a great podcaster, he has a podcast called Founders. He said that all the time. He was like, he hears from entrepreneurs who are like, man, I listen to your podcast. I'm a founder. I have a company, and I'm going to sell my company next year. I'm going to sell it to Google. And David's like, did you learn anything from the historical entrepreneurs of Rockefeller or Steve Jobs or Bill Gates? Those people ran their companies for 50 years. They ran their companies until they died, kind of thing. These are not people who are looking to be like, I'm going to create a company and then sell it. I'm going to start another company and then sell it. They keep it going for as long as they possibly can. The big wealth usually does not come. It almost never comes from like a great idea that just surges out of nowhere. It's usually like a pretty good idea that you can keep going.
No worries.
50 years. That's where the big
no worries at all.
If Rockefeller, I wrote this in the book, 99.9% of Warren Buffett's net worth was accumulated after his 60th birthday. So like, when Warren Buffett was 60, he was worth $2 billion, like an incredible amount of money. He could have sold then, and he sold everything and retired and had an absolutely amazing life. The reason that he has accumulated, you can count the money he's given away, $250 billion, is because he kept it going. So now he's 93 years old and he's still going. Bill Gates could have sold Microsoft in the 1970s and made $10 million and had a great little life. But he kept it going and kept it going. Yahoo offered Mark Zuckerberg $1 billion cash. He was like 19 at the time. And he said, no, I'm going to keep doing this thing. That's the common denominator that ordinary people can from. It's like endurance and longevity is usually where the big wealth is made.
Yeah. Well, everyone jumped to the crypto because they thought they'd get like super rich, super
Larry
wealth.
Ellison, who's the founder of Oracle.
And you know, if you're
They did an
online, you're
interview in
looking
the
at TikTok
1990s.
stuff like that. It's
And they asked him about
people
Bill
saying,
Gates, who
"Oh,
was
it's
a
a
friend
this
that
thing
also
will
arrived
super rich super
back then.
quickly."
And Larry Ellison was like,
sweet.
this is crypto Bill Gates. Yes, he's very smart, but there's a lot of smart people. And he was like, no offense, but there's a lot of people smart people. But nobody has endurance. He will outwork you every single time. You cannot, he'll keep it going for as long as he needs to keep it going.
But I know Rust
and
is
that's
this year.
it's not intelligence.
I would have
I'm going to put perseverance. Why is perseverance
more of
key?
it?
You could break it down into what
Friendly or
actually
not friendly?
happening when you persevere.
I think it's two things. It's one, in any endeavor that's going to pay off, it's going to be difficult. There's going to be more roadblocks, it's absolutely inevitable. The unofficial model at NVIDIA, we are always 30 days from businesses. They're not the most successful companies in the world, but they understand what is true for every business.
Okay, there's a lot of business here.
Is hard. Like every business is in a fight. Every company that you own struggles. You need the person to get together. The other is compound interest. That's what it will do. Compound interest.
Iowa?
Yeah, that's from the reach.
I don't think I need any of that stuff. I think I've already got it.
Oh. Who just threw that down?
It's the one very generous. Okay, so what is that? What was it? Sorry.
Is that accidents and magnetics where accidents called like on seeds, magnetics where it's just like you can sell it. It's up to you if you have blue points.
Give me a sense of that.
I think we're just waiting for the reset. Are you waiting for the reset too?
Mate, nah, I'm just rounding up levels, that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, the accidents module you'll need.
Exodus modules. Okay, well if this isn't needed. Drop. Magic accelerator. Cheers guys, super appreciate that. Well, with that in mind, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Head home at the lobby metro.
Is and why it is so powerful. Like the people who get rich from it are not the people who earn very high returns. It's people who earn good returns for a long period of time. Like all compound interest is it's returns to the power of time. And if you remember like 8th grade math, that exponent at the time, that's doing all the heavy lifting.
Hey.
And so in investing, if you can be good, merely good, or if you just be average for an above average period of time, you do phenomenal. And this is like the most misunderstood thing about investing. Most investors are like, how do I earn the highest returns? I want to make the best investments, highest returns. And you can do well doing that. You're much more likely to do well if you're like, hey, I just want average returns, but I want to be so durable and have so much endurance that I can earn average returns for 40 years. And if I can be average for 40 years, I'm going to end up in the top 1%.
How do you make that real for someone listening who's making $1,000 a month disposable income? So they've got $1,000 to play with a month potentially. If they've never heard about this idea of compounding interest before, and the magic that it can create if left to its own devices for a long enough period of time, what is the simple way to show them the power of it?
So take index funds, which are just a very simple collection of businesses.
Just buy a business.
You buy one stock, but it's a collection of hundreds and hundreds of different businesses. Apple, Amazon, Coca-Cola, you own all the companies in the world. And so it's the most boring, bland, average way to invest. If you invest in that in a very simple way, and you do that consistently for 20 or 30 years, with no expertise, you're not getting stock tips anymore. It's the most boring way to invest. If you do it consistently for 20 years, you will almost certainly end up in the top 1%. You will almost certainly beat literally 95% of most traders.
Oh yeah, I have no idea. I've never seen one, ever.
And we're unable to keep it going.
Okay,
and so this is where if you can just be average for an above average period of time, it will be amazing. I mean, it's probably similar in health. That like
androids are all over.
You want to be healthy. Yes,
I've never seen it.
The best marathon runner in the world. But actually, if you just break out just like modest workouts a couple times a week for 30 years, you're going to be one of the healthiest people in your town. If you can work out 2 or 3 times a week for 30 years consistently, and eat a good diet consistently for 30 years, you're going to be one of the healthiest people that you know. And it's the same in investing. It's like the people who do the best are not the geniuses. It's the people who are ordinary for a very long period of time.
I was thinking about a very simple example. So there's a coffee in my cup today, and the coffee might cost $5. Now, with the laws of compounding returns, if I don't have that coffee today, in 40 years, if I got 8%, which is, I think, the S&P 500,
Yeah.
it's about 8%.
Yep.
Then in 40 years' time, instead of the
let's go.
with an 8% interest return, I would have $440,000.
If you did a coffee every day.
Yes. Assuming the coffee was $5.
Now, I like coffee. You do too. I don't want people to listen to that and say I should stop drinking my coffee. But it's a powerful thing. There's a book called Snowball, which is kind of the most detailed biography of Warren Buffett. And it would talk about how when he was on his adulthood, he wouldn't want to get haircuts. Because in his mind, a haircut would cost $10,000. Because it was a $2 haircut.
Okay, that's a pretty extreme way of thinking about it, but it's not wrong. I mean, if you apply that to things like, again, this is assuming that you have a job and a lifestyle that gives you excess money. So you have cash left over. If you don't have that, then you've got a different problem, and you have to figure out a way of getting that, and that's a whole different set of tools and a different set of processes and a different way of like approaching things. If once you have that, then things start to get a little bit easier. Then you can start thinking about, okay, well, invest in companies, invest in businesses, basically the same thing, invest in stocks, bonds, For me, it's just average day-to-day stuff. Like, I get paid, I stick it in an investment account.
But if he invested that money in the way that he knew he could and leave it alone for 50 years, whatever it would be, he didn't want to get a car wash because he would tell his wife, he's like, that's a $5,000 car wash. She's like, what do you mean? It costs $1. She's like, no, but if I invest that money and leave it alone. So he was always thinking about not what something costs today, but what he could grow that money into in the future.
I was just thinking about Warren Buffett getting his haircuts. So I thought, how old's Warren Buffett?
He's 93.
Okay, so let's say for 80 years, if Warren Buffett didn't get a $5 haircut and instead took put it somewhere in the S&P 500, an index fund, which, by the way, you can
I only recently
invest on your phone.
This, and it's one of the best decisions I've
80
ever made.
years later, Warren
now I
Buffett
can
would have
stuff this
10.3 million.
Full of
That's it.
goodies.
That's it. And that's why he's worth $250 billion today. Is because you go through 90 years of thinking like that.
Again.
It really adds up. Now, you always have to preface this by being like, please drink your coffee and get a haircut. It's always a balance, but also understand how incredible it can be by putting away, doing very ordinary things for a long period of time.
I want to make
can
cash,
be magic.
or I want to save
It is magic as well. That's
really
the
have a
perfect
life.
word for it, because it seems...
It's magic because it's not intuitive at all.
Yes.
You don't understand. You're like, wait, what? I can't understand how a haircut can turn into $10 million. It's not intuitive. Like, we're not. There's a great example from my friend Michael Batnick. He said, if I ask you, what is 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8?
I'd really
you can figure
appreciate
that out in your head.
subscribe.
But if I said, what is 8 times 8 times 8 times 8 times 8?
It helps.
Can't do it. We're not made to think exponentially. We're not meant to think in multiplicative terms.
Because nothing was exponential once upon a time.
That's largely true, yeah.
I mean, I can't think of anything that was really exponential before.
Yeah, I'm sure we can come up with a couple of examples in nature and whatnot. There's lots of compounding in nature, and that's kind of the core of evolution. It's like things building upon each other over time.
Maybe brushing your teeth or decay.
Yeah, but the stock market is the most pertinent example of most people's lives. There's also a lot of like bad habits compound. Smoking one cigarette is not that big a deal. Smoking one cigarette every day for 30 years, big deal. Smoking 2 packs a day for 30 years, big deal. So there are things that, like, in small doses, they're not that big a deal. But if you do them consistently, it's a negative object.
So what's your
never going to kill it with this.
Saving money.
It's not
You're
going to
working on a book currently which is being released this year with the art of spending money.
Yeah.
What's your view on saving money? You told me to have the coffee cut my hair.
Yeah. Most people view saving money as idle. Like if you're not spending it, it's just sitting in the bank doing nothing, and it's just kind of it's just wasted money. I've never used that at all. I've used it as really something of independence.
Okay,
and every dollar that I save is a little piece of my time in the future that I own and I control. It's just deferred. And I view that as independence. So like, So if you have a lot of savings, it's not just like hoarding money. It's not that I'm saving this money so I can spend it in the future. If I save $1 today, I have $1 more independence today. I benefit from that today.
No chance. I was going to tell that line. No chance.
I am more independent because of it. So I view, again, my top financial goal by far, and I think this is true for most people, whether they know it or not, what they really want out of money is independence and autonomy. And being able to do things on their own terms, live the life that they want to live. And I view the oxygen of independence is savings.
And what's the opposite of that? Is it debt?
Yes. Yeah, debt is a piece of your future that somebody else owns. It's the polar opposite.
I remember watching, was it Dave Ramsey, talking about a conversation he'd had. I mean, some debt can be good under the right circumstances, like a mortgage, for example. If you're borrowing, if you're borrowing to get a business, that can work as well, depending on the rates and as long as you thought it out. But some people just go crazy with it. I mean, it can be really detrimental.
When you go into debt, you're saying 3 years from now, this company owns a part of my time. They own my labor in the future.
Yep.
And savings is the opposite. Savings is in the future. I have this stored up. I have this consumption stored up in the future. I can do whatever I want.
If you love the Diary of a CEO brand and you watch this channel, please do me a huge favor. Become part of the 15% of the viewers on this channel that have hit the subscribe button. It helps us tremendously, and the bigger the channel gets, the bigger the guests.
Bastion, now industrial battery, now explosive. Let's have a look here. George Galloway is everywhere right now. That's interesting. What's this guy talking about?
How can you talk about renting? You're just throwing money away. BS. Should I just dismantle these arguments once and for all? Because there's some shocking math behind a mortgage, and most people don't know this stuff. Let's get into it. Meet Sadie. The financial expert and entrepreneur is back to teach you how to take control of your money and confront the financial problems that hold us back. Most people fall into four money types that I've identified. Number one is avoiders, and they hate talking about money. But if your partner simply will not talk about money, it's a huge red flag, because 50% of the people I talk to do not know their household income. 90% who are in debt do not know how much debt they're in. And 100% of the people I talk to in credit card also have trouble with.
We have
that is shocking. Next up, Optimizer. They can get you to a very good place. They'll be investing. We love to live in the spreadsheet, but it can be taken too far. And then the Dreamer, who believes that success is one deal away. And they tend to fall into crypto coin scams, like all this BS. Finally, worriers. They love to worry. They didn't have enough. What if we run out of money? Typically, they picked up worrying from their parents, who said stuff like, money doesn't grow on trees. And the problem is, you can take it a little too far. And then they become cheap and become so obsessed with $3 questions, like agonizing over buying a coffee. But everybody listen closely, because I want to break down how you can change any of these types. So,
the only investment most couples make is buy a house. What is the alternative?
This is where real wealth is. Let's simplify the
basic one, man. I don't want an expensive one.
The first stop is
it gets my little special pocket.
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favour before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much.
Subscribe to
if someone's just clicked on this conversation,
right, we're going out there, so
please explain to me exactly why they should stay and listen to what we're about to discuss on the basis that we're about to talk about the things you've written in this book.
Because I'm taking an arc, I need heavy
weapons. If you are single and dating, if you are engaged, or if you have been married for 25 years, money is one of the central parts of our lives. And most of us think about money as something to be avoided. It's something we only talk about when things have gone wrong. What a terrible way to live.
That's true.
And there is a different way, which is we can use money as a source.
Money was very much seen as like you don't talk about it, you never discuss it, it's rude, but it's like it's a fundamental part of your life. Like knowing what money is, knowing how it works, knowing how to make it, knowing how to find it, knowing how to get a job, knowing what to do with it, knowing what to do when you don't. It's a fundamental part of your life, and yet for so many cultures, it's never ever discussed.
Source of connection, possibility, and joy. And that is what we're going to talk about today.
I had a conversation a couple of days ago actually with James Sexton, who's the divorce expert. He's a divorce lawyer by trade, but he knows more about divorce than anybody else. And he said to me there's two things which cause people to end up in his office going through a divorce. Number one is cheating, infidelity, and the second thing is money problems in the relationship. So I find it especially sort of pertinent to have this conversation with you about couples' relationship with money, because clearly one of the things that is most likely to end my relationship, or I guess prevent me getting into one, is this financial avoidance that most of us engage in. You've interviewed hundreds and hundreds of couples about money on your podcast. What have you learned in relationships from that?
I've learned that 50% of the people I talk to do not know their household income. 90% of the people I talk to who are in debt do not know how much debt they're in, and 100% of the people I talk to in credit card debt also have trouble saying no to their children. Isn't that shocking?
God damn, that's
Each of those things. 50% do not know how much income they make, because most of us are simply living by looking at our checking account, and that's it. The debt part kind of makes sense. Why would you want to know how much debt you owe? You don't really want to think about it, so you ignore those emails and envelopes. And the credit card debt part, that is really interesting. The idea that if you can't say no to spending, so you racked up a bunch of credit card debt, the same principle applies to saying no to kids. For me, when I discover these, I find them absolutely fascinating. But the good news is you can also change these things.
And what's the difference between men and women in terms of spending habits in a relationship, secrecy, avoidance, arguments?
Well, let's start with the roles. Men always describe themselves as providers. Always. That's what we are taught.
Yeah, true. Men always describe themselves as being providers, but women also have an expectation that the man is the provider or the man will provide, you know? It goes both ways. Men don't call themselves because, well, like, that's what, I mean, there is a comfort in knowing that you do that, but there's also an expectations on both sides of this.
It exists in culture. The problem is, of course, what happens when they are not the top earner, which is happening increasingly more now. So when I often ask them, who are you, financially speaking, if you're not a provider? And they're just stumped. But there's got to be something more than simply being a provider. You can be a provider, and you can be a nurturer. You can be a provider. You can be a helper, a leader. There's so many different ways. Often, what you'll see with women is discussions about secret bank. Keep a little money aside just in case. We have to remember that in the U.S., many grandmothers were not allowed to open up their own bank accounts. That happened in 2 generations ago. And so there has been a rightful message that has been passed on orally. Keep a little bit of money just in case. Whether it be physical abuse, financial abuse, divorce, etc. And I totally respect that message. I don't think you should have a secret account. I do think you should have an account that is yours only, but no secrets in the relationship.
What about arguments as it relates to money in relationships? What are the cause of the arguments? Is it someone spending too much? Is it hiding money? Is it something else?
It's usually not hiding money. That's very small extreme. The biggest phrase that I get from couples is, he or she's a spender and I'm a saver. So it's creating this identity that they're a spender, I'm a saver, or they don't want to talk about money ever. Why can't I get them to finally sit down with me and get on the same page? That's a phrase that's tossed around everywhere. When I ask them, what is getting on the same page? The answer is, I don't know, I just want to talk. So when it comes to money, yes, there are numbers that we need to understand, of course. But what I often tell people, the way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to the amount in your bank account.
There is.
That is why I speak to so many multimillionaires who still worry about money. They think if I just have 50,000 more, 500,000 more, $5 million, well, guess what? I've had all those folks on my podcast, and they still
Stop rolling away.
That means there's two things you need to do to master your relationship. One, you gotta learn. This is a language, you have to learn the basics of personal finance. Two, you have to master your money psychology.
Gotcha.
That means you need to change the way that you talk about money and behave with money so that you can ultimately change the way you feel about money. You do those two things, you're going to have a very healthy relationship with money.
We'll go into all of those things, how you do them. On this point of gender roles, obviously society has changed in the last couple of decades in terms of equality, and more women are in work, higher level positions in corporations, in the C-suite, earning much more money. This has caused a shift, I should say, in the sort of typical gender roles and assumptions of what each gender is supposed to be doing in couples. And I'm wondering how, with more women earning more money, in many cases they're going to be earning more than their husband in heterosexual relationships. Have you seen new dynamics, new issues created because of this? In terms of, like, I mean, insecure men feeling emasculated, the woman not being happy that she's contributing more. And I ask this because I had someone on a couple of months back who said to me that I think 70 to 80% of women expect that their romantic partner will earn more than them. That gap is closing now because women are earning more money. I'm just wondering if you've seen those couples scenarios where women earn more.
I've seen it all the time. I've seen it all the time. I think that we see different dynamics. I where I spoke to a young woman and her boyfriend. She was around 40 years old. She made way more than what she makes.
Yeah, try to take on the base job.
$200,000. She has a business. It's doing very well. She's around the age of 40. Now, her boyfriend was never taught about money in English program. Most people are. He never learned about investing. Certainly no one was telling him about a Roth IRA when he was 12 years old.
Yeah, what, sorry?
And he had on the upswing. He's making a
yeah, if you've got any art, batteries or something like that I can use.
Her parents started talking to her about investing when she was 5 years old. So here you already see a difference, not just in gender, but in socioeconomic status. Okay? And over time, that progressed. So they come to me, and she says, I want him to pay for dinner occasionally. Fine. Super reasonable. He even said, no problem, I want to. So he would take his credit card out, and he would offer to pay, and she would say, no, I want you to contribute more to your IRA. So in many ways, she wanted him to pay. She wanted to feel taken care of, which is totally reasonable. But when he offered, she said no. So this is the kind of thing that I often see, which is, I think I want one thing, but when I get that thing, I don't actually want it. It doesn't make me feel the way I thought it would. I want to earn 50K more. I think that'll make me feel safe. Oh my God, I am earning 50K more. It doesn't actually change the way I feel. So I worked with this couple, and I helped them understand why they both felt this way about me. And from the outset, this is so rational. If you make more, just pay more. If I'm in that situation, etc., etc. None of that stuff matters. When you are in the couple, in that relationship, you will feel a certain way, and we got to work with you individually, not what everybody else says. In the end, the conclusion that they came to was she wanted him to occasionally pay for dinner, but she also wanted him to fill up his IRA. So this is what they did. Every so often, before they went out to dinner, she would give him her credit card. She would take the money to pay for dinner. And he said, whoa, understood. They went out, and that's what they did. Now, to us sitting here, this dance makes no sense. Why don't they just do it this way or that? Guess what? Every single one of us has some irrational thing we do. Every single one of us. And I think that we are ready to actually have conversations about how we are irrational. Money is not just dollars and cents on a page. That's why you don't feel good about money even when you have more than you ever thought you would. That's why you worry about money, but you have never read a single book on personal finance. We are all irrational. You get into a relationship, you acknowledge that, and then you say, hey, what is our vision together? Let's do that. If it means we do a little dance about the credit card once every 2 months, fine. Do we both feel good? Is it fair?
What's going on? Because it sounds like there's this battle between her mind and maybe her heart, or it's almost like the social expectation is coming in that her brain is saying, no, this is not right. And in our way,
Whoa.
So she's saying, invest in the future, so buy the dinner.
Well, it's the same. It's the same. We all have these things that society has told us, but then we don't quite agree, and we're not sure what to do. Last time I was here, we talked about how you don't necessarily need to buy a house in order to live a rich life. And in my case, I have rented for the last 20 years by choice, and I've made more money renting and investing in different places than buying a house. And it's shocks to me in here. Like, we saw the comments that people went way up here. How can you talk about renting? You're just throwing money away on rent. And this is something we have fed constantly for generations, that in order to be successful, you must buy a house. So when somebody like me comes around and says, actually, you should run the numbers because sometimes renting can be better, people are shocked. Same thing with if you want to be taken care of, or you want someone to treat you, or you want someone to pay for the first date. Same thing when men come and they talk about being a provider. But in certain relationships where they actually earn less, I'll say to them, if we look at the numbers, you're not the provider. And they're stumped. And that is when we need to start grappling with the idea that maybe what we were told is not exactly true for us in our situation today. And that's okay.
Do you think it causes more problems when in terms of the relationship dynamics and that sort of emasculation and, that the man feeling like a provider when the woman earns more money than that, from what you see?
Not necessarily. I think that it is a different framework that we're used to.
Yeah.
When we think about my parents, for example, my mom stayed home with us, my dad went to work.
No, not
single
so far,
earner.
not yet, no.
Simple. Everybody knew where they stood, where the roles were. It was very simple. It's very difficult to do that today. Housing is historically expensive. Healthcare is expensive, especially in the U.S. And so you have two people earning. In urban cities, you have young women earning more than men in their 20s. A lot of us are trying to figure out, what does this role mean for me and for my partner and for our relationship? That makes it tricky.
I wonder if a lot of men are just choosing to remain single until they kind of work on themselves, because I think actually that's probably the path I would have taken, if I'm being completely honest. Well, I kind of did take is I didn't have a relationship until I was able to really provide.
Oh, the P word. Yeah, and where did that word come from?
Like watching my father, watching movies, everything.
Exactly. Yeah. No one ever says like you are being a provider, but we learn it from completely different perspectives. And yeah, I hear a lot of guys. I mean, when I was living in New York and I had a lot of single friends, topic of conversation was, I'm not ready to get married. I need to get to a certain point in my career first. We have all these words for it. And
I want to know
deep down,
where the hell
there's a feeling that we're often expressing. Maybe I'm not ready. Maybe I'm not enough. Maybe I need to do X, Y, Z before I do the thing that I want. And so part of what we talk about when it comes to relationships is let's actually shine a light on it. Let's not be shy about it. If you want someone to pay for your dinner, fine. That's totally fine. Let's have that conversation. If you want to be the sole earner in your household, okay, let's see what it would take. And too often we don't have those conversations. We just dance around them for 50 years.
Who should pay for the first date then?
My answer is, doesn't matter. It would be nice if the person who suggested the date pays.
All right,
but
get
I
out.
think we spend way too much time focusing on the first date and way too little time thinking about the next 14,625 days. It's like a couple who's obsessed with the wedding. Fine, you want a nice wedding. What about the marriage? Same thing with money. First date, okay, you can have that conversation. But aren't you more interested in how your partner thinks about money and talks about money? Are they a cheapskate? Are they generous? Are they abundant? Did they grow up the same or different than you? That is something we don't talk about. Meanwhile, we have 5 million YouTube videos on who's going to pay on the first date. We are missing the real point. The point of money in a relationship is not just about the first date. That's fun for clicks. But it's about, do we see money the same way? Do we connect? Are we going to be rowing in the same direction, or are you going to be doing that and I'm doing this, and we can never
about
get
being on the same page with money.
You can only make a first impression once, right? And if you are a guy, this is just how I feel anyway. I go on a date, first date with a woman, and we have one date, it's a nice restaurant, and then it gets to the end of the day, and then I turn to her and say, "Should we split?" I couldn't even say it with a straight face, frankly. I definitely couldn't ask her to pay.
Yeah.
I just could never. And I think if it anonymously asked my female friends and said, "How would you feel if on the first date the guy asked you to pay?" I think privately you would say that's a bit of a turn off, it's a red flag, that's it.
I think probably that's true. And again, goes to the power of socialization, right? Like, culture is very difficult to change. We gotta admit, we gotta acknowledge that. And when I was dating, I paid for dates. So I don't have a problem. I like to be generous. I think that when you are in a relationship, you like to know that your partner is generous too. Now, generous comes in lots of ways. It could be paying for dates. It could be planning a trip. It could be being thoughtful and, buying extra toothpaste because we're running low. There's so many different ways to be generous.
Yeah.
But generosity for me would be a value. Paying for a date, sure, I paid for dates. I'm happy to. I like to do it. But generosity is way more important to talk about that in a relationship versus the date.
Because should be able to, this idea that man is to lead in that regard and to open the door and open the car door and pull out the check.
Yeah, but think about it. I agree with all that stuff. I support it. But think about what message that sends when you tell me you're supposed to be chivalrous, but there's no real context, no real teaching around it. And let's say you have a 26-year-old guy now who's earning less than his girlfriend. So he wants to be chivalrous.
Yeah.
But for him, he's like, well, look at our bank accounts. And so what I want to emphasize to people is you can be chivalrous, you can be generous. Money is just a small part of it. Let's not over-fixate on who's paying for tapas, and let's actually think about the important things. When it comes to money, we are so obsessed with $3 questions. People are obsessing over, should I buy this coffee? Can I afford this appetizer? On and on and on about $3 questions. We totally neglect the $30,000 questions, or the $300,000 questions. Is this person financially?
We all have keys.
How do I even find out?
Now I know where they are.
Am I investing 5 to 10% of take-home pay every month? Are we doing it together? Do we talk about money regularly and proactively and positively? Those things matter, and they're actually worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. These $3 questions, including who's paying for appetizers or should I buy a latte, irrelevant. In fact, get the big answers in life right, and you can buy all the appetizers you ever want.
What are the financial red flags in a relationship then?
Number one is they don't want to talk about money.
Yeah.
If you don't want to talk about money, red flag, the biggest red flag of all. Because we could differ on how we see money. We could even have different values for a few things. But if your partner simply will not talk about money, you have a huge problem.
Why?
If you can't talk about money, then you can't even understand where they're coming from, and they are not curious about what you want. So how are you ever going to get on the same page? Think about this. A lot of people think we need to have the conversation about money. As if it's one conversation. Would you have the conversation about raising kids? No. You'll have thousands in your life. That's the way it should be. Money is very much like parenting. Not like, should we play pickleball or tennis today? Irrelevant. So we want to have lots of conversations about it. And that means we need to, first of all, be willing to talk about it, and then we need to find a way to have fun doing it.
Why don't we? And who doesn't? Is it men? Is it women that don't do it more? Or who's not talking about money and why aren't they talking about it?
It's not about gender. It has nothing to do with gender in terms of who does or doesn't talk about money. There are avoiders. That's one of 4 categories, money types that I've identified. Avoiders hate talking about money. And they will use a series of conscious and unconscious techniques to avoid talking about money. They'll say things like, why do you always have to talk about money? Can't we just have a nice night out? Or, you're so much better
If
at
you're
this.
in a
You
relationship
just
with
handle
someone,
it. You're just
you
so
should
much
be able to talk
savvier
about
at
money.
this stuff. That's an avoidance.
There's no shame.
Do they know their
talking
own
about it.
financial
You should be able
situation?
to.
No.
And it's
So they know
important
their own financial situation and they don't want to talk about it.
Correct. And by the way, we all have something like this. It could be our fitness. It could be our relationship with our parents. There's something in our life that we know we should deep down, but we avoid it.
Yeah.
And there's no immediate consequence. Like if I don't call my college friend, it's fine. I could probably call him tomorrow, and you can go on and on and on like that until one day you can't. Same thing with our fitness. It's very easy to procrastinate on fitness or money because it's not like your house is being taken away or even your cable's being shut off. You'll probably be fine until one day you hit this brick wall and it's not.
Yep.
So that's the avoider. That's the first money type.
Yep. Next up, optimizer. I have a soft spot because I am an optimizer. Optimizers, we love to live in the spreadsheet. It's like, let me sit and calculate this. And what if I run a compound interest calculation, a Monte Carlo calculation? And what if we do this, but not that? I love calculating everything. And left alone, I would sit there and do that for the rest of my life. Okay. The problem is you could take it a little too far. Now, I don't think I've taken it too far. I think I'm perfect on my spreadsheets. But my wife has taught me enough's enough. We've won that part of life. Let's focus on another part.
Yeah, there comes a
Connection
part
and
where it's
fun
like
and
if you're the
experience.
guy
These
who's
people
always
often
like
as boring.
counts BS.
Yes, they are. Deep down, they are boring. I was boring when I was sitting there thinking money is only about numbers. It's not. Money is about adventure and possibility and generosity. And you will often find optimizers. I'll give them a challenge. I'll give them $100 challenge. So you have to take $100 in the next week and spend it on yourself. They cannot do it. They will spend it on their dog, they'll spend it on their kid, they'll spend it on their partner, but they will not do it for themselves. And I go, why didn't you do it? They go, Ramit, do you know that if you put $100 in the S&P 500 and you compound that for the next 45 years, it'll turn into this much? I don't.
Okay, genuine question. I have never in my life met anyone like that. I don't think this particular type of person or archetype of person exists. If you gave anyone $100 and said, go spend it on yourself, it must be like a 1 in 1,000 who's like, no, like a Warren Buffett's like, no, I'm not doing that because I'm going to put it in an ETF, and by the time I'm 60, it'll be worth like $10,000, so I'm wasting that. Like, most people aren't like that. But I guess it's this guy's job to meet bizarre people, so maybe.
Give a shit! Spend the money!
Yes.
Because money is not simply meant to be hoarded, right? It's meant to create a rich life. And when you have optimizers, the thing is they can get you to a very good place. They will probably have your account set up, dialed in. They'll be investing. Great. They're going to be very proud. Look at the compound interest returns. All that is fantastic. But it can be taken too far.
These are the people that die, and then you figure out that they have like $9 million
what a
in some
waste.
saving account.
What a waste.
They never tasted the caviar that they've got.
Yeah, like people send these newspaper articles around like, oh, local librarian discovered to have $9 million. And I go, what a tragedy. What a tragedy to live a smaller life than you have to do.
Let's try.
I want you to save, I want you to invest, but I also want you to try a nice meal. Or if you don't like nice food or you don't want a nice t-shirt, also fine. Get super generous.
Again, I'm not really paying that much attention to the stream details. If there are people out there and you are watching and you have been watching for a little while now, a like and a subscribe is super helpful. I genuinely mean it. It really, really does help. If you're enjoying it, if you like my conversation, if you like my commentary on things, if you just like seeing me freak out when giant balls explode in my face, perfect. Hit the like button, hit the like, hit subscribe, and yeah, I stream most days. So thank you.
Give that money. Surprise the people around you. Tip 50%. So those are optimizers.
Tip 50%.
The third category is worriers. They love to worry.
Yep.
Typically, they picked up worrying from their parents, almost always, and their entire relationship with money is
my dad
worry.
never worried about money.
Are we going to have enough? What if we run out of money? What if we don't have enough to pay at the gas station? And oftentimes, it's very surprising because I told you that 50% of couples don't know how much they make, right? So they'll say, like, we need more. We don't have enough right now. And I'll ask them, how much do you think you make? This just happened a couple of weeks ago on a podcast episode. They thought they made around $70,000. Okay? We got up for stuff. They make $120,000 a year. So I go, well, here you go. You wanted to make an extra 40K. You actually 50K more than me. Do you feel any better? And she goes, no. Because the way you feel about money is highly uncorrelated to the amount in your bank account. So worriers worry, that's how they relate. They can't imagine any other relationship to money. And my job is to help them realize. First of all, let's actually look at your numbers. Let me help you understand what it means. Do you have enough? What does it take to have enough? And then can you start to develop a new relationship with money? It's almost like a new taste bud. I'm never going to tell you to eat tomatoes if you hate tomatoes, but I am going to teach you, maybe you like okra, and we can develop a new taste for it. Finally, the dreamer. The dreamer believes that success is one deal away. If we just close this deal, if I just get this thing, and they tend to fall into get-rich-quick schemes. Lots of scams, MLMs, a lot of crypto shitcoin scams, like all this BS. But they are extremely resistant to calm, low-cost, long-term investing. In other words, the way that most people
it feels boring. That's
they think it's boring. They even have little phrases like, ugh, I don't want to be stuck in a 9 to 5 like those suckers. I'm like, that sucker makes 10 times what you make. What are you talking about? But they have simply been surrounded with the idea, one more deal, and I'll finally make it.
They must be able to be married to.
It's impossible. It's really, really difficult. They don't, not only do they not want to talk about money, when they finally do talk about money, they're almost living in a different world. Often you will find that dreamers can only dream because they are being subsidized by someone in their life, usually their partner. And if their partner were to leave, for example, the house of cards would collapse. And actually that's usually the only thing that gets them to truly change.
So if we've got these 4 money types, the avoider, the optimizer, the warrior, the dreamer, in your view, who lives a happier life?
You can live a happy life with any of us.
Yeah.
Also, you can change any of these types.
But on average, one person's going to probably...
Well, I mean, I'm the optimizer, and I'm pretty happy, so is that the answer? Optimizers are great. They love their spreadsheet. I think that...
the warrior clearly is not going to live the happiest life.
The dreamer is actually quite happy.
Yeah.
The dreamer's quite happy.
They live in optimism.
Yeah, they're living in a world that's not real. It's subsidized by somebody else. They're always optimistic about what's going to happen next week, next month, next year, never realizing the catastrophe that they are leaving behind. That's the whole issue. That's the reason I wrote the book. Is it's one thing to treat money in a certain way on your own when you're single. You can be irresponsible, you can be an optimizer, but when you're in a relationship, it's not about you anymore. It's about the two of you as a unit. And so you have to deeply understand yourself, and then you have to be willing to communicate with your partner and really create a rich life vision for the two of you. Most couples I talk to have no vision for their money. That's why they fight over who spent $50 at Target. I go, who gives a shit about Target? Financial problems are almost never about overspending at Target. The biggest problem with couples and money is they have no rich life vision. What is money to us? What do we want to use money for? How do we want to feel about it? So they're confronted with 1,000 different decisions with their money every week. And they have no vision to guide them. This is for us, this is for us.
I'm not going to shoot.
One of the things I've always wondered in relationships is how many...
Here to try to help Tim.
How much money a couple has in their savings account and investment portfolios. Because I've never been in a relationship where, I mean, I've only been in 2 relationships, you can say. I've been with, dated people over the years. I've been with my current partner for many, many, many years. But even my current partner has no idea how I am. Zero idea.
When will you have that conversation? Should we bring him out now? Let's bring him out!
I've just never had the conversation. If you need something, we can get it.
Yeah.
And it's just always
down here, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I made a mistake in my own relationship. I was dating now for many years. And at one point she had asked so much about her 401k or something. And I said, I'm teaching you rich. Now we joke around with her. And so I ended up learning all about her finances. So I knew about her entire financial picture. It didn't occur to me to talk about my own. And a little while later, she she very assertively said, "This doesn't feel fair. You know everything about my finances, but I don't know about yours."
True.
And I realized I violated my own rule in Chapter 9 of my first book, which is talk about talk about it. So we talked about it. We talked about it's actually one of the most memorable conversations because talked about numbers, talked about my pride and how hard I had worked to build my business and invest for 20 years, 25 years. And
you okay?
Talked about it in Memphis. What do we want to live here? Do we want to live there? Do we want to have kids? Do we want to eat this type of food? Travel. That conversation is a conversation about everything. Because it's about possibility, and you can start to dream. And that dream is support. You can do the logistics. Of course, we'll get to that. But so few of us still dream.
But I think for someone like you who is the optimizer, who's probably quite proud of the system created, there's going to be so many people that are in a relationship and they are maybe early in the dating process, and maybe they've been with a person 6 months.
Yep.
They've taken them out on lots of nice dates,
When do you
and they have $1,000 in their savings account, and their partner has no idea. And they're thinking, Remy, if I tell my partner what's in this bank account, she is going to be shocked, he is going to be shocked, and they're going to leave me. So I'm keeping this shit a secret, because they are...
Well, look, here's my honest way of looking at that, and I'm being quite genuine. If you are dating, if that's your life situation, right, and you're dating someone, and you genuinely feel if they found out they wouldn't want to be with you, that's probably a pretty good indicator that maybe you shouldn't be with that person. You know, like it's probably something like, this is not the sort of person who's like really compatible with you. Especially if you're thinking to yourself, you know, look, I'm on a path in life. There are things I want to do. There are things I want to go to, and I want to be with someone who's comfortable and understands that and works with me on these things. And if they're not like that, then you just gotta walk. You know, like that's not a terrible thing. You should feel comfortable leaving people if you don't feel like you're going to work out, if you don't feel like things are are proper, you know. Things
living under an illusion.
That I have more than I actually have. But remember this, just because you don't have as much money as you want doesn't mean that you are less of a person.
Sure.
What could be more...
I completely agree.
Yeah,
I completely agree.
What could be more appealing than saying, you know what? Would you be open to talk about our finances? We're getting a little bit serious. I know we're kind of talking about taking the next
be able
step.
to have that conversation.
I think money is going to be an important part of it. I know it is for me, and I wonder if we could sit down and talk about it. First, just being proactive. How many people watching and listening are like, I wish my partner, whether they're dating or my partner of 20 years, would come to me and say, can we sit down and talk?
But the part of that is shameful about their financial situation. If I run it back 10 years, just over 10 years ago, I was living in an area called Rushholm. I was in a shared house living with some few people who had come to the UK illegally. I didn't have a carpet in my room. I was in a single bed, didn't have duvets or bed sheets or anything. And every day I woke up and thought to myself, how am I going to eat today? So I find different ways to
I'm pretty sure
at the same time I was dating
this guy's Will.
This girl called Rita had no idea. She'd never seen where I lived. She wasn't aware that I was looking behind sofas in takeaways for pound coins. There is no possibility in the world that I would have ever told Rita of the financial situation I was in. So I don't know what to do in that situation. And I'm sure I would say maybe 30% of people listening right now don't want to tell their partner their financial situation because they're deeply embarrassed or shameful to the point they think their partner might leave, like them less, be less attracted to them if they really know the truth.
I totally agree. I totally agree. It's crazy how much shame we have.
It's like I said before. If you're with someone and you genuinely think, I can't tell them this because I think that either I feel too much shame, or if I tell them this, I think they'll leave me. You have to have the courage to have the conversation first and foremost. If it's that important to you, you should have the courage to do it. But secondly, if they are the sort of person who would leave, it's probably for the best. You know?
Around money. And it's a young guy not having enough. It's a young woman who has $18,000 of credit card debt. It's all over the spectrum. That's the second point, which is if you want to talk about money, talk about money. Don't wait for your partner to do it. Bring it up yourself, even if you feel embarrassed or ashamed. Okay? If you're planning to make a life with this partner, you gotta be able to talk about this because you're gonna be talking about a lot of other personal sensitive things of yours. The second thing is, what could be more attractive than somebody saying, you know, when I was in my 20s, I moved to the city, I spent a lot of I wasn't super responsible. I racked up a lot of credit card debt. I paid it down from $18,000 to $6,000. It's gonna be paid off next year, and I just know that I'm never going back. Oh my God! Someone who acknowledges what they did, has a good reason for it, and then most importantly has a plan. Huge joy. So what I'm begging all of us to do is to realize just because you have take shame away, because we all have something that we are ashamed of, but not talking about it and putting it in the corner in the darkness. That's why I love talking about the most taboo of taboo subjects: money, gender, prenups, dating. These are things that nobody's talking about. So you hear couples on the podcast, and they're talking about being married for 15 years, and they've never actually had one conversation about money. Everyone watching this podcast.
And what do you think of green eggs? Do you think they are good?
There are some and who should get a prenup is if one or both partners are bringing substantial marital assets to marriage, meaning before they get married, they have a large investment portfolio, a business,
joints.
You should have a prenup. But most people should. Because when most get married, they don't have substantial assets.
What if your partner turns around, if I turn around, immediately need to go get a prenup?
Yeah.
And she goes, that's something.
Well, it's not a good introduction. I wouldn't say that. Oh, no, throw me under the bus. This guy, Ramit, he said this thing. How to is simple. So when I was deciding on a prenup, I asked for lots of advice from lots of friends. And some of the advice out there, especially online, is not. One of the most common pieces of advice is blame it on. Like, get real. You're about to build a life with your partner, and you can't be honest about this thing. This, in the grand scheme, is a minor topic. So, I'll tell you exactly what I said to my wife. We sat down, and I said, I want to talk to you about something. You know that because of how long I've been in and you also know my lifestyle. I don't drive around in a Lamborghini. I like to travel. I like to wear nice clothes, and I like to save money. And it's important to me that as we are getting closer in our relationship to getting married, that we talk. And my heart was pounding. I had planned it, I had thought about it, I had talked to so many people. What I knew is I wanted to take responsibility. It's not some lawyer that wants it, it's me. It's important to me. I wanted to bring up the topic, and I wanted to reassure my wife that I'm not gonna change overnight when we get married to someone who's blowing all of our money. It's just important because of the
to have the conversation. Yeah.
And her response, I was like,
be afraid to have a comfortable conversation.
How is she going to respond? Because bringing up prenup is very fraught. She's the best. She said, okay, I wasn't expecting that, but I'm willing to learn about it. That's as good of a response. So we started a series of conversations. We both had lawyers. It was going well until it wasn't. And we were talking about words that didn't seem comical. I started to feel resentful. She didn't feel listened to. She didn't feel heard. She started to feel resentful. These conversations were so difficult. I'd say they were some of the most difficult conversations in my relationship. At one point, she said, "You should go see a therapist because these conversations are not." And I was like, "You're right." So we went to see a therapist. We sat in that therapist's office. I still remember. The therapist asked us a bunch of questions, including, "How do you see money?" And she turned to me. I was like, "How do I see money? Growth." I could literally see numbers floating in front of my eyes. The optimizer in me was talking about the rule of 72. It was like so obvious. What an obvious question. Then she turns to my wife, "How do you see money?" And she said, "Safety."
That is true for me. I personally think of money as safety.
To me, that was like saying
for me,
charcoal.
money is
Like the two words don't relate at all.
You know, if you have to get out of something,
But it
get out of it.
started us on a new path of realizing that we were seeing money completely differently. And that was exactly when I realized I wish there were other couples talking about money from behind closed doors. That exactly was the genesis of me doing my podcast and my Netflix show. To show people, not just tell them, but to show them how real couples deal with money.
What was the resistance between you two? In sort of more specific terms, she wanted a different arrangement to the one that you wanted?
Yeah, the terms are super technical in prenups. It's so with a prenup, you have a variety of different rules or technicalities, which would be like, what if you separate in 6 months? What if you separate in 25 years, but there are children who gets the house? What if you have a house? What if you have 2 houses? What if you have this much in your joint investment, but each of you has this much in individual investment? And so what happens is, it's not even just the numbers themselves, it's the fact that the process is
if you start
set up to get
that thing, you're going to be dead.
So they have a lawyer, we have a lawyer, we're communicating through lawyers when it comes to this topic, when normally you're just talking to your fiance or your girlfriend. And there's an art of see, the lawyers want, there's nothing bad. We had great lawyers, I'm happy with them. But lawyers' job is to look over every freaking contingency and make sure that nothing is left to chance. And I think a good reminder for anyone considering a prenup is to remember, you manage your lawyers, and your job is to come to an agreement with your partner for the rest of your life. So sometimes you can be generous. You can be willing to let up on a few things here and there, as long as you are looking at the North Star. We're going to be together. We want premarital assets to be protected. And in case something goes wrong, we both want to feel good about what the intention is.
And there is
I'm getting out of here.
60-odd% chance that you will break up if you look at marriage statistics.
Well, those statistics are a little skewed. That includes second marriages. That also includes all different socioeconomic, everybody else. If you break it down, for example, just by having a bachelor's degree or certainly an advanced degree, that goes way down. First marriage goes down. And in fact, the divorce rate has been decreasing for decades. So this 50-60% thing that's kind of tossed around, not quite accurate, but whatever the statistic is, what's more important is, if you should always think about how can things go right and also how can they go wrong. And I think with money, a lot of times, we only think about one or the other. We buy a house, never asking ourselves, like, what if one of us loses our job? And we get married without ever asking, like, what if we separate? So you want to be able to play both. What happens if things go right?
Minutes left.
And what happens if things go wrong? Let's make a plan.
What are the other red flags then?
Straight back here.
The first being they don't want to talk about money.
I'm going to drop my stuff off and I'm straight
they
back
have
here.
a money guy. A money guy is so common. Everybody talks about, oh, I have this money guy. Your money guy's probably a whole life insurance salesman charging you 1.25 cents. Let me explain what that means. So many people in America do not want to learn the basics of money, and so they hire a financial advisor. Now, I don't have anything against financial advisors in general, but a money guy that they're typically referring to is someone who charges them a percentage of their assets. So if I have a $100,000 portfolio, let's say $1 million portfolio, I might be paying 1%. And 1% doesn't sound
the guys do it.
But if you actually run that guy, basically pays 28% of your lifetime investment returns
if you're very well
in fees.
That's
not $10 or $100. That's tens of thousands, or sometimes hundreds of thousands. So it's a red flag if someone has a percentage of his fees.
Oh, call it. Quick. God damn.
I know a lot of people, but I can't help cheap. Cheap is, cost is the first and last thing they always consider. So you might come home, you're so happy. Oh my gosh, look at this beautiful thing I got for the kids.
Oh, that's a beautiful stash right there.
And it just sucks the life out of every room.
14,000.
Cheap people are obsessed with cost. Cheap people rarely recognize the effect they are having on their loved ones. And cheap people find it very, very difficult to change. They don't want to change. They actually reinterpret their behavior and call it a virtue. Oh, I'm not that. I don't need that fancy wine. I'm perfectly happy with this. Well, what if your partner wants one glass of wine?
Stuff?
They seem like a miserable group.
Yeah, I don't like cheap people. I don't like cheap people. I don't like cheap tippers. And their partners don't like them. So it's one. I'm not saying everybody has to go out and spend $1 million, but you gotta use money to live your rich life. The point of money is not to just hoard it and save it. That's why when you create a rich life vision, you ask yourself, what do we want to spend extravagantly? Not just a little bit, but extravagantly. And what do we want to cut costs mercilessly on? You have to be able to play different notes like you're in a symphony. If your only note is spend less, that's a miserable existence.
Carrying more.
Are there any more red flags? I want to go into why people and where they develop these relationships with money, but are there any other sort of standout red flags that we should be looking for?
Well, if they follow Robert Kiyosaki, that's a huge fucking red flag. I mean, the guy Robert Kiyosaki wrote this well-known personal finance book, and the guy has really lost it in the last few years. He literally, I'm not joking, he literally told people the best investment you can have is a can of tuna. I'm not joking. And I replied to him, Robert, I sold everything in my portfolio and bought 3 million cans of tuna. Is this a good investment? But sadly, I never heard back. So beware of charlatans. Let me put it that way. Personal finance and money is filled with people who will promise you get rich quick, who will tell you that the sky is falling. And when it comes to money, we want to be balanced. We want to have fun. We want to have a healthy relationship with money. It's very similar to fitness. Lots of people making promises. You want to find the people who are giving you long-term advice.
You know these cheap people that you mentioned?
And you know any of them?
A couple come to mind.
Tell the camera who they are right now so we know. Who are these cheap people?
They also fit into the category of warriors, in my experience. So someone who's a bit of a warrior can also be quite cheap. And I was just wondering, in the hundreds of couples that you've sat down with and interviewed, does there tend to be a origin story which links to their frugalness with money and their penny?
Hey there.
Yes. Okay. Always when I talk to people, I ask them, what do you remember your parents saying about money when you grew up? Always. And they'll tell me. They are very conversant. They remember. And usually the parents said stuff like, we can't afford it. And money doesn't grow on trees. We don't talk about money in this family. These are the type of things that people say. But you will often find, usually when kids are teenagers, when there's something really tragic that happens, and it's often that dad lost his job. And that meant that they completely changed socioeconomically. Often they had a big house, they had to really shift into grandma's apartment, that kind of thing. That affects people in a huge way. Now, it affects people in one of two ways, and you cannot predict how. Some people go, I'm never going to let that happen to me, therefore I'm going to have a high savings rate, I'm going to invest, I'm going to start a business, and they develop a really healthy relationship with money. Others go the direction you're suggesting, which is they become incredibly cheap, incredibly worried about money. Anxiety is common, and they often do not see the connection at all until I point it out to them.
And when you talk about making this rich life vision together, what exactly does that mean?
We start off in the book just talking about, let's have our first positive conversation. You have to remember, most people have never had a positive conversation. Money, the only way it comes up is, why did you...
I guess that's true. I mean, for most people's lives, especially when you're a kid and you're hearing about money, it probably is conversations. If you grew up from like a poor background or a very working class background, like what I did, conversations about money we don't have it, and there's a shame and an embarrassment that goes with that. So I can understand that, yeah.
Spend that much at the gas station last week. That's it. So we start off by just saying, I give them an agenda, literally an agenda. You can read off these words to start with. It's like, why this is going to be awesome. Here's how I feel about money today. How do you feel? Here's how I want to feel about money. How about you? High five. I love you. We're good. That's it. Part of having conversations about money is this philosophy of declare victory and go home. You don't need to talk about it all at once. Make it short, make it fun, and at the end, always say, I love you. That's it. Over time, you're going to associate talking about money with positivity, and that's what we want. When it comes to a rich life vision, this is where it's really fun. So I have some fill in the blanks where you fill it in like, I wish we spent more money on, and then you fill it in. I think we could probably cut back on, and then you fill it in, and you compare your list. My wife and I did this really fun exercise, which I would encourage everyone to do, and it is the 10-year bucket list. So imagine you sit down with your partner, and you go,
once again, super quick, if you... Hold on a minute. We're sort of saying, if you've been watching for a while, again, like and subscribe. I'm not really paying much attention to it, but it's super helpful, and yeah. If you've been watching for a while, definitely, liking and subscribing is super, super great. You get tons of benefits, and quite frankly, I think you'll wake up tomorrow morning feeling better about yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's a good thing.
Each take a piece of paper, write down what would make the next 10 years incredibly rich, meaningful to me and to us. So you write it down. And then you compare notes. This is exactly what we did. And you get excited. Oh, you want to learn Spanish? Amazing. Do you want to do it all month, or do you want to go to Mexico City? Oh, you want to go skydiving? That one's not for me, but I'll meet you at the ground, right? Have fun. And you just get excited. You encourage the other person. And then you find one that you both want. That's meaningful. So maybe it is we want to create an art studio in the garage.
What's that, sorry? What was that? See what he says. Actually, while we're at it, settings, audio, dialogue volume up, so I can hear people and chatter. Alright, okay, close.
Love it. Maybe it is we want to take a round-the-world trip at some point in the next stage. Okay, great. The difference with this exercise is you're actually going to make it happen. So, right there on the spot, you estimate how much it would cost. Take 5 minutes, don't take more. You can estimate it within 80% of that.
Really?
Decide when you want to do it. Maybe if there's kids involved, you're going to want to go to summer, winter, etc. And then all you do is take the rough amount, divide it by the number of months, and that's how you know how much you have to save. We did this, and for us, what was really meaningful is to have a 10-year wedding anniversary. So we know where we want to do it, we know the exact place, we know all the friends and family we want to have with us, and we knew when it was going to happen.
There they are.
So we had a funny experience because we each sat down and estimated the cost. And I think the number and in those cases, I said, it helps you dream a little bigger. If you can't save that much money per month, that's okay. Shrink the dream a little bit, right? Narrow the scope, or maybe extend it a little longer until you have to. But suddenly, every single month, when you sit down and talk about money, it's a video game. Oh, we're 3% closer to that goal. That is how you start to build a vision.
Careful, it's firing, move.
And do you subscribe to this idea that you should have like a joint bank account and then separate bank accounts?
Yes.
Because right now I just have my bank account and...
How does it work? How does it work for you? So you just pay for most things?
I have to give context on what my partner's like. She really doesn't care about material things. So she's... She just doesn't... She doesn't care about whether we fly first class or economy. She doesn't care about if we stay in that hotel or this hotel. She doesn't care if we stay in the 70th floor penthouse, we live there, or if she stays in a studio. She doesn't care.
What does she care about?
She cares about quality time with me. She likes having nice experiences. And she likes going to places. Doesn't care if she gets there or where she stays. She likes traveling and exploring. And she likes her simple things. She's a very simple person. If I didn't get her a birthday present or a Valentine's Day present or a Christmas present, or if I just made her a scrapbook every year, she'd be thrilled. So I am the one that wants the nice ones.
Okay, I'm the same to a large extent.
But we have a lot, life that costs money. So,
okay, what's he firing?
I pay for my things.
And you're cool with that, it's fine, right? Yeah.
I'm going to take it with it because she doesn't care.
Bastard.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes
There's no
total
resentment
trap.
because she doesn't care.
Whoa!
I have to intervene, and I have to fight to make sure that her plane ticket is booked here because the hotel she's staying in isn't going to be dangerous. I've got so many stories that her herself, and I'm leaving to rescue her because it's dangerous.
So you and I have a similar dynamic, at least in this way. I think my wife does have her money. Money dollars are things you love money on, and you can turn that dial. She was not into hotels at all. I'm a hotel guy. I love it. And so we had to have some conversations. At first, I'm just like, oh yeah, like of course I'm paying. And then when we merged our finances, which I recommend couples do, well, suddenly it's not my money, it's our money. And so now we are forced to talk about stuff and come up with a way. Like she's like, I don't need to stay here. And like personally, I don't really think it's worth it for our money. And I'm like, have you seen the suite at this place? And do you know what type of wood they use? And she doesn't care. So
how does that work? You said you merge your finances. When you say merge your finances, you mean you're paying into the same bank account?
Correct. So, and this is what I recommend for the most, for almost all. You take your paychecks, or you're both paychecks, take whatever money comes in, put it in the joint checking account. That joint checking account then pays a variety of different accounts. It pays our joint expenses, like our rent, and if we eat out, it pays for our joint credit card. The money also is paid out from the joint checking account, her individual checking, and an individual savings. Her money, no questions asked. If she wants to spend it on something,
Careful.
what am I going to determine? It all sends some money over to me. That's no questions asked.
The same.
Yeah, the money that came in from us two together is processed in the joint checking and amount goes to us.
The same amount goes to.
Good question. It could be the same. 50-50 I think is actually great. But once in a while, if you have somebody who's earning, like, let's say 10 times, okay?
Yeah, it's about to
you
say,
may decide to make it
great for both.
right? So like one, the higher earning partner might get, because imagine just for argument's sake, imagine you're earning $1 million easy.
Especially if you're a
and suddenly you're getting like $2,000. They're like, what the hell? This doesn't make sense. Usually partners are totally cool with that, but I used to be on the proportionality, meaning everything's proportional, etc. Everything's ridiculous. It's really complicated. And what's more important is you want to set your accounts up so that they drive the right behavior. Just like when you hire people, you set the right incentives to drive the right behavior. When our money is separate and we do all this proportionality, calculation, all this different accounts, we didn't see the money.
Got it. Nice.
Now all the money goes into
nice. Got the
so
point.
We sit down every month, we look at our numbers, and we go, what's worth it? Do we care about this hotel? Do we care about that? Etc. etc. We really
love that. Got it. Oh, but someone else is
it's about
us. Doesn't matter.
And of course we have our own.
So why didn't you just, the money coming in, why didn't it just go to you individually and then you pay into the joint account? Why did you?
That's what we did at first, and it became really complicated. So the money came into each of us, and then because we each run businesses that each vary, we wanted to be proportional. Well, guess what? If it changes every single month, we had to recalculate the proportionality every single quarter. What a mess! So we're literally calculating every 3 months, and then it changes, and then at the end of the year we have to reconcile stuff. We're like, what is this? A marriage? We're freaking
run.
So we developed a philosophy, just like vision. It's one of our values. Fight for simplicity. Fight. Because I want to consume more complicated financial setups. Shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Setups should be the case. All your money comes out into checking account.
It's like world
pays out to individual accounts and it pays all your joint expenses. Your life is together. Your rich life is together. That's it. Our future is together. So let's set our accounts up in order.
So then if you end up paying towards that joint checking account, you just split it in half.
Yeah. So this is
Okay, it's cool, it's gone. It's another basket though, it's right on his front backside. Oh shit.
Say we put $100,000 in that checking account and we were to get separated tomorrow, 50-50.
That was close.
It's community. Freedom is only concerned with what happened before.
So you're in the camp of caring too much about the small expenses, the coffee. Why is it a waste of time?
Because they are $3 questions. If you actually added up how much they actually cost you, it's actually not that much. It's the simple joy that you avoid, and you could spend your entire life. But when I ask people, okay, so you stopped buying coffee for a while, how'd you feel? It's okay.
Yo, what the hell?
I don't know, it's like chicken. Not only do you have to make the decision every single day to save these tiny little things, you then have to properly invest that money. And you have to do this every single day for the rest of your life. What if we just got for the rest of our life and didn't have to worry about it? Why are we playing so small? Who cares? Let's talk about all we invested properly. Watch this.
That was close.
I bet you so many companies I've had arguments about why you
that was real close.
Why can't you stop spending so much on kids? But I've never had conversations like this. What is our savings? Is it 4%, 6%, 7%? What is our investment? Is it 6%, 8%? Whatever it is, if you just did increase your investment in a percentage, I always recommend getting started off at 5 to 10%. Let's say you're at 6. If you make 1%. So why the hell would you focus on coffee when you can make one decision per year and make way more than all those coffees come up?
Most people think they might invest in, or they're investment based. The only investment to make together is buying a house.
Well, again, that's questionably not even.
Most people think renting is wasting money, and the logic goes, well, if my rent is £2,000 a month, £2,000 a month, but the mortgage is only going to be £2,000 a month, and
short answer, no, renting
we want to buy a house, but it's going to be the asset.
You're right, that's what they say. Should I just dismiss renting is not going away money? Just like going to a sushi restaurant is not
That's real close, careful.
I go, okay, aren't you paying the sushi? Finally, we have to understand that buying a house can be a good financial decision. It can.
It's also be a bad one.
Renting and investing can also be a good decision. And right now in the U.S., in the top 50 U.S. metro cities, it is cheaper to rent than to buy.
I rented for
So let me give you some. Let's say I lived in if the rent was, let's say, $3,000 a month, to own the equivalent property right next door would have been $1,600. That's $3,600 per month. Or just they don't factor in phantom costs like maintenance, taxes, transaction opportunity costs. They simply look at it and says, got to get higher up with the biggest purchase of our lives.
I'm just looking at some of the comments on this conversation. There's two groups of people who attest to the fact that they bought a house and it's the single best thing they did. This person said, I bought a house, it's the best thing I ever did, it's launched my mindset and emotions. Remember that having your own space is about psychological impacts.
Everyone's up there, huh?
Your life.
It's a good comment. It's not. So when when it comes to a major purchase like a house or a car, we gotta start with it. We have to start by running a buyer's calculation, by running an amortization chart.
It's like
I have a whole bunch of
the
stuff.
sides standing at
And then we
it.
need to know, can we do it? This is part of our budget. Let's start with that.
Whoa!
But then second, we need to say, what kind of lifestyle do we live? If we love to decorate, that's probably worth something. Maybe we need to buy a house. If we want our kids to
Does anyone here have a spare bandage?
There's so many non-financial reasons to buy furniture. And so we can't just do one or the other. But my main argument is this. Most of us err on the numbers. We will spend
the what on the bottom floor?
total cost of ownership of a house, and we don't have one valuation. So we gotta play multiple notes doing the financial and non-financial notes.
I think that's really interesting. People say, you know, I bought a house, and this person saying I used to live in a caravan, but I finally bought a house, and I don't care about being rich necessarily.
Great non-financial stability and totally I would also ask, did you run the numbers?
I think the key thing is most people when they buy a house, they see it as an investment, they see it as an investment. I think in part because they don't really know any other way to invest.
Yeah, right. True.
So we grow up, we think, okay, the minute you get money, the first thing you have to do is buy a house. I mean, there's a real secret to events given to us, which is go to college or university or something like that, get the degree, get the job, buy the house, get married, have the kids.
And then move to Florida, get skin cancer, die.
Die. Have a pension, die.
We don't have pensions.
Okay.
But yes. And actually, that's a pretty good life. It's actually a very good life. Especially the way that our parents' generation grew up, where, you know, they could buy a house on a reasonable salary, one salary. But that doesn't exist right now. Housing is very expensive. And not through any fault of young people, by the way. There's a lot of this stuff thrown around the media. People want to do always buying a new iPhone. That's not why housing is expensive. Housing is expensive because people who bought their houses in the 60s, 70s, and 80s bought a house and then systematically prevented everyone else from building their house. So it is not in my backyard. They have allowed.
You're not going to be able to get past the shield, guys. You have to do it.
That's why limited supply gets that's changed. Prices will in certain cities like Austin, even Santa Monica, have come down in certain areas. It's really important to be able to.
Don't have any extra.
We should not have people unable to afford rent or buying houses. It's a huge problem.
So, are you saying that the average couple to make a financial return on their joint savings, they should be living in a house?
I personally consider my primary residence to be because it has massive costs, right? Massive. Maintenance, opportunity cost of that down payment. Let's say you put down $50K or $100K, that could have been invested. It has all kinds of phantom costs. And then you have to stay there for until you pay it off. Don't stay for 30 years. There's shocking math behind a mortgage. Like most people don't realize that they will be paying more towards their interest than towards the principal. Let me say that again. Most people, when they take their mortgage right now, the interest is there. They will be paying more towards interest than they are towards the mortgage. 5, 10, year 20, until finally year 20, they are finally paying more towards their mortgage, the principal.
So if I'm in a couple, I'm in a relationship, what is the better use of that 50K to drive the financial?
Okay, so let's simplify it. Okay. The first off is your fixed costs. Those should be roughly 50 to 60%. Fixed costs. this. Even groceries. You need to live every single day.
So 50% of my monthly income goes straight to those fixed costs.
Monthly take home. Post-tax. 50 to 60% is the
There's not that much time left to say this, but no one's making a dent in that thing, so...
It's because they are spending too much on fixed costs. And that just two areas they spend too much on. Housing is Number two is cars. Usually trucks. We love trucks. Trucks and SUVs. In America, the cultural script is, oh, we're having a kid, we need to get a big house and a big SUV. Because we do. So that right there is where people stress out. Next number is 5 to 10%. This includes your emergency fund. This includes anything you're saving from Next up is investments. This would be 5 to 10% minimum. This is where real wealth is. And this is where couples neglect. They talk about saving, and they'll say, we try to save. I don't try to brush my teeth. I don't try to save. I make it automatic. That's what I want couples to do. That's what I cover in the book. And then guilt-free spending. This is for drinks, concerts, travel, 20 to 35%. That's a lot. If you look at it, people go, wow. Yes. And when you get down to that number, and you're out having drinks with your friends, you're out with beautiful things, you don't have to worry about anything else. You don't have to feel guilty or anxious because you're already handling all these other three numbers. You know you're set, and you have this money set aside, and you can enjoy it guilt-free.
So this sort of 10% that is automatically invested, would you set up some kind of system that automatically invests it?
Always. You should not be doing any of this manually. So your investment should be happening automatically, and for a couple, you actually get to celebrate.
Yeah, it's already been grabbed.
You have a monthly money meeting where you talk about money every month. Most couples don't do this.
Leaper behind, watch it.
And you talk about it, you look at how your investments are doing, you give each other a high five, a big hug, congratulations. And once you do this for 6 months, a year, you really start to see how it adds up fast.
What if your partner wants to buy a house and you don't?
Ooh, that's tricky. How would you handle it?
It depends on my level of
looks that way. I'm heading out.
I think you've got to pick it out of the relationship. But I am probably more financially aware than my partner because my brother he's been an investment banker for 13 years. He works for me full time. He's my money guy.
Yeah, okay.
My older brother.
What does he charge you? 1.5%?
He doesn't charge me a percentage on my pocket. No, he works full time in the business, so he manages much of my money, but he would make the case to me of pretty much the case you make. So based on an opportunity cost basis, for a lot of people don't know what opportunity cost is. I'm going to hazard a guess and try and explain it. Because essentially all the things you could have done with this money instead.
Yes.
So based on all the opportunities you have available to you, Steve, is buying this house a good use of that money? And the answer was actually no when I bought my first house. It was no, unless this is an emotional decision because you and your partner want a psychological feeling of safety to bring up the kids, whatever it might be. Then if it is, Steve, that's why you want to buy it, and you think you're going to stay there for a considerable amount of years, then go ahead. We're going to kind of section this as a different rationale than the rest of your investments. I did exactly what he said.
You bought it knowing it was an emotional decision.
Yeah, I bought it knowing it was a bad decision.
I love this. Okay, this is amazing. Everybody listen closely because I want to break down what you just said in a different term. First off, you've got to run the numbers. Always. For the biggest purchases in your life, you need to calculate carefully. What's going to buy versus rent? What's my opportunity cost? What's it going to amortize at? All these things that most people are not familiar with. Learn it. It's not that complicated. Second, you need to factor in the non-financial. Hey, why am I doing this? Do I just feel this certain way? There's nothing wrong with nothing. You want to buy this thing and it's a bad financial decision? Okay. First, can I afford it? If so, we can continue the conversation. And then you buy it eyes wide open, saying, I know it's not an investment. I know it's not even a good financial decision. In fact, it's a terrible financial decision, and I'm still going to do it. When my wife and I go to buy a house one day, it will be the worst financial decision of our lives. We already know that. But we will probably still do it anyway. Same as you, because there's more to life than just what's in a spreadsheet. But you have to know all the pieces on the board before you make these decisions.
Sweet.
You know, it'd be very easy for you
Get
to
me
do
the
this
hell
as well.
home.
It'd be very easy for me to do it as well. What I've learned and what I emphasize on my podcast every episode is just because you may be the higher earner or have more money, it's actually your obligation to bring your partner in and to get them involved. And they may not be as savvy or even as interested, but you have to find a way to bring them into this world and get them connected. With my wife and me, of course I know.
I'm just going to throw it out there, but like, if you want to build a successful relationship with your partner, with like another human being, you have to be able to talk about this stuff. So it never be ashamed to bring it up. I've said it before, but it's a recurring theme, and it's an important one. You know,
more about investments. So I'm doing our investments, but we're still talking about it. We're saying like, hey, here's the numbers we chose. Are we still good with that? Let's take a look at it. High five. You know, here's what we're thinking for next year. That's the level we're talking about. These are exactly the kind of conversations you want to have. And I'm actually really thrilled you shared that example, because I celebrate that you made a bad financial investment because it wasn't an investment. It was just something you wanted and you could afford it.
Electric storm there. Let's end in.
Yeah, and we're both aware. Me and my partner, we had a conversation. We're both aware that this is
Blue Gates.
one of the worst things we could have spent money on. If our objective, if our KPI, our key performance indicator, was to make more money, this was a terrible decision to make.
Yes.
But we're also aware, we just didn't care. We thought, there's a lot of non-monetary things that are going to be beneficial about this decision. And I think that's what most people don't realize, actually. And I just think about my friends. I think most of my friends believe that when they buy their house, they're doing so because they don't know it. They don't know any other way to invest. Society hasn't given us an alternative. So what is the alternative?
Simple, low-cost, long-term investments are fantastic ways to invest. I'll explain what they are. The myth about investing is that you have to sit there and look at PE ratios and things like that. No. You pick often one fund. There's a simple example called a target date fund. You pick the year you're going to retire in. Like if I'm going to retire in 2050, I pick a Vanguard 2050 fund, Fidelity or Schwab 2050 fund. All I do is literally send money every single month. I set it up so it happens automatically. It could be $50 a month, $500, $500,000 per month. And that's all I do. I just send it there. It automatically buys the stock market. It automatically diversifies and gets more conservative over time, and that's it. So you know the fitness world. I've seen you training. You've learned about fitness. When you first start off, so much information, so many different people giving you different pieces of advice. Right? It's like, oh my God, how am I supposed to know? What about my genetics and this? And then over time you realize, it's actually pretty simple once you cut through the noise. That's the same thing with money. That's the same thing with investing. You have to cut through the noise, and it actually becomes shockingly simple. Oh my God, this is the way that real wealth is created.
Okay.
It's about consistent investing.
This is how I basically play the game. You constantly, and I mean constantly, expand this every time you can, and you just load up with as much crap as possible, and it's like go out, come in, and just drop it all in. And then routinely you kind of go, right, do this, do that, and it's just a simpler way of leveling up. Okay. That's medium ammo. I really should repair this. Okay, good. Okay, I need heavy ammo. So we're gonna make some. Heavy ammunition. 30. I should put about 40. Okay, got 100 medium and 40 heavy. This thing has 6 at a time. Ooh, do I go up there or do I go light? I'll do that one. So which one am I doing? The blue gate? Or do I do this? Do this. Oh, yeah, about play.
About time, it's about low fees. That's it. And you start to wonder, what's all this stuff that they publish all the time in these magazines and newspapers and on TikTok? It's just noise.
Do you know when you sat down with those 180 odd couples you've spoken to about money in their relationship, have you not had moments where one of the partners was shocked?
Always.
For better and for worse?
Shocked about what?
Yeah. Actually, yes. Sometimes they are shocked before they meet me because I have them prepare their document with their financials, and one of them has never actually
the village.
Sometimes both. And they realize it's much worse than they thought, or it's much better. Sometimes we're talking, and one of the partners will actually talk about how they feel for the first time ever, and the other partner will be quiet.
Give me some examples of the moments that you remember that shocked you the most.
There's a place called the Collapsed Highway.
I think about
Collapsed Highway. Highway collapse.
One of the most shocking examples was
Screw it, let's just do
a woman who was around the age of mid-40s, maybe 50, and she had had a double lung transplant.
Oh.
And she had successfully had the transplant, and she was alive. She was healthy, but she knew that she would
all of
live
this is
5 or 10 years.
inability
That's
or
what the
a
doctors
discomfort.
And she said, I want to share this time with my others. They were around 11 and 12.
And I think a little bit
Her
boils
husband.
down to either
And,
shame or a fear
I want to do
of like
I said, okay,
anger or
what's
something.
stopping? And she
But
said,
a little,
well,
this is something I kind of learned a bit later in life, is that if you want people to be able to talk to you about important things or feel comfortable approaching you, the key word is comfort. That you have to be someone who other people, especially your partner, wants to talk to. If you're not approachable as a person, if your partner feels that like they can't talk to you, it's done. So you have to be able to do that. You know what I mean? That's the hard part. It's not to react in certain ways and to listen and to try to do things better. Oh, cool. I've got a nice friend request. So
I still have a job. And I looked at her financials. They were multimillionaires. They had saved consistently, doing index funds over time, nothing fancy, just consistent investing. She could stop working tomorrow and they would have enough money forever. She couldn't stop. She said, I like to work. I like knowing that I have a job. I like the consistent income. So most people are used to getting an income. And that's why they find it so difficult to retire, among other reasons. Because the income will stop. Even though I can point out to them the investment portfolio you built and Social Security and all these things will actually pay you, people are terrified of not seeing that money come into their checking account. In this case, she had a ticking clock. We all have a clock, but she knew how long hers would go. She found it incredibly difficult to quit her job and spend time with her daughters. Now, if we're listening to this, it's just quit. It's so obvious to all of us. But we're not the ones making the decision. That was quite shocking to hear how difficult it can be, even in cases of life or death. Wanting to have a stable income can affect us.
And what about earning? Like, what role does earning play? Like, just earning more money play in all of this stuff? Because I think I did, I'm going to be honest, I had a bias when I was 18, 19 years old. I was fairly reckless with money. And I had these 4 credit cards. I maxed out the credit card, blew the money. I got 2 CCJs, which is a county court judgment in the UK. Had huge debts of thousands of pounds. And in my head, I thought, it will be fine.
If I just earn more.
No, because I'm going to earn so much money that I'll just outpace this problem. And that was like my bias. My bias was like, I'll just earn loads of money. And when I figured out what a credit score was and that mine was destroyed, I thought that won't matter because I'll always pay in cash.
Yeah, classic. Every couple I speak to who has a spending problem, they always say the same thing. They go, we just need to earn more. And these are the very same couples, when we crunch their numbers, they'll often realize they were earning way more than they thought. And you can see their faces, because I have the whole thing on YouTube. And it's this realization that, oh my God, the story I've been telling myself, if we just earn $25,000 more, and then they realize we actually are earning $25,000 more, and they don't know what to do with it. What I tell them is, you could be making $300,000 more right now,
and the amount of people I'd speak to on a daily basis who, when they come for help, when you actually go through their finances, realize they didn't make anywhere near as much as they thought they did. They just look at their bank account and saw money in it and thought, oh, I've got money. But they never accounted for their direct debits, their credit cards, all like the financial obligations they had. When you actually really broke it down, like they were negative, especially credit cards, because those things roll up and roll up and roll up. It was stunning. And it really frightened me very early on.
Would not make one bit of difference because you have a hole in your bucket and all the money is going
pouring out. Yeah.
The next thing I ask overspenders is, do you want to make no change, small change, or big changes? 100% of them say big changes. I go, all right. I take them at their word. And then we start going down the list. And they find it incredibly difficult to strip out even the most minor of spending. So we have a couple here that will be in literally hundreds of thousands of...
Thinking about it, I remember I had a conversation with one guy, and fair play, I had the balls to say it, but I was going through his financial details, like sort of figuring out what he made and what he was spending it on. And I was like, okay, then in order for this to work, in order for us to approach the banks and sort of renegotiate your monthly payments to something you can afford, there are certain things you can't have in there. This guy was like saying, well, why can't I have cigarettes and beer like weekly? Like, why can't I have that in my allowance? Like, I should be able to get drunk a couple times a week. And I was like, I get that, and I respect that, and fair enough, and fair play to you. But if you have that on your financial statement, which we're giving to the bank and saying this proves how this guy is struggling, the bank is going to go like, get lost. There is no way we're accepting that. And this guy argued with me for ages, trying to say, no, this is like a big thing for me. Like I need to go out with my friends.
Like I'm having a heart attack watching them, and they're very calm because I understand interest rates and I know what situation they're in. And so they go, big changes. Suddenly, 10 minutes later, we're debating whether they can keep their Netflix subscription. And I go, guys, I'm not here to berate you. I'm not the teacher who's telling the kid you've been a bad kid, which deep down a lot of them want. A lot of us want an authority figure to tell you, you've been bad, now we gotta be good. And that's just not what I do. I help them realize it themselves. And it goes slower.
Taking a photo
it takes a long time. But if they realize it themselves, they're able to make the change. Every couple says they want to make big changes. When it gets down to the spending, it's really difficult. That's why you have to be incredibly careful which lifestyle purchases you make that are tied to your identity. So if you are a car person and you're driving a Rolls Royce, really fancy, it will be incredibly difficult for you to downgrade that car because it's part of your identity. Right? Meanwhile, like, if you get cheap paper towels, whatever, nobody cares. But you have to be very careful about what you allow to become part of your identity. I'm not saying don't buy nice things. And couples, you should buy nice things, but do it when you know that you can afford to do it forever. Don't just do it because, oh, we want to buy a private school this year, but we don't know how to pay for it next year.
So do you think that couples should make a budget?
Yes.
Yes. I don't like budgets.
Yes.
I don't think they work. I think they look backwards. Whereas
I would hardcore disagree. That the purpose of a budget is initially so you understand where you both stand. Like, here's how much I make. Here's how much I spend. You know, that's the point of a budget. I understand. But I disagree. I think initially having a budget is very helpful because it gives you clarity. Most people have zero clarity.
A conscious spending plan looks forward, but most couples think deep down,
up there and say it.
We just need to.
Just gonna focus out and say it. If you are watching, if you've been watching for a while, please hit like, hit subscribe. It's super helpful. Obviously, if you want to grow a channel, but it's because it's nice, you know. It should, like I said before, you will wake up tomorrow morning feeling like a better person if you hit the like and subscribe button.
If you have a budget for being engaged,
a budget is couples tracking every last dollar. They're tracking how much they spend on porn. They're tracking how much they spend on diapers. Someone has to create and track this laborious spreadsheet, and then at the end of the month they look at it and they go,
I'm gonna die.
I guess we spent that much. What are you supposed to do with that? Most couples have no idea. Does it tell you what your net worth is? Does it tell you if you have enough?
Is there someone around here I can get out? Matt.
It doesn't stack up to anything. It's just a bunch of numbers tracking. Budgets look backwards. Conscious spending plans forward. So a conscious spending plan allows you to zoom out and say, what is the vision for our rich life?
Actually,
How do we pick the things we want to spend extravagantly on?
Right, going forward,
and cut
always
costs
has a
mercilessly on the
waypoint.
things we don't. So I give you these numbers: 50 to 60% for fixed costs. It's up to you how you want to hit the number. If you love your house, you want to spend more on your house, do it. Maybe it means you spend less on car payment. If you want to go to concerts but you don't care about eating out, fantastic. Take the trip, go see Taylor Swift. So it's up to you to make the Tetris pieces fit, but you decide, and all your money flows for those four numbers.
How do we go about teaching our kids about money? My older brother, and one that works in our company, he has 3 kids under the age of 6.
Ooh.
And I'm wondering, because he's such an optimizer, are they going to end up being optimizers? Is there a relationship between our parents and our kids? And if I want to, when I do have my kids, how do I make sure that they aren't warriors or avoiders?
Yes, I lost everything.
The number one thing that the couples in financial trouble say is when they were growing up, their parents never talked about money.
Okay, good.
Never. There was an episode on our podcast with this couple living in Kansas in a low cost of living area. And they were making $130,000 a year. That's a very good income, especially for their area. They should have had tons of money, tons of savings. But their daughter came home one day with food from the school because she had told her school, we don't have enough money to eat. Now, they had plenty of money. Why? Because her mom and dad were always saying, we don't have enough, we can't afford it. Daughter took that message to school and was given free food. This was horrifying to the dad, horrifying. And what he realized at that moment was, the way that I'm communicating with my money is not working. See, most parents deep down believe that money is something to protect kids from. They think it's bad. Deep down, most Americans, we have a love-hate relationship with money, but parents think their kids let them be kids. But you would never teach a kid how to ride a bike by saying, we don't talk about bikes in this family. You would get them a bike, you would get them on, you would show them how to do it, you would let them fall, and then you would help them get up again. So imagine this with your kids. Imagine that they are 3 years old, young. You pull them up, sit them, you say, look, can you help me push this button? We're going to pay for the rent. This is for our beautiful house. Help me push that button. Yay! Give them 5. Okay? Getting them involved right from the get-go. And this is, if they're living with 2 parents, this is mom and dad. You want them to see both. Because too often, people only see mom worrying about the bills, and so they come to associate mom with worrying, and therefore if it's their daughter, they think they are supposed to worry as well. Now imagine the kid is 8, 10 years old. You say, hey, we have to go to the grocery store. Here's $100. We need to get all these things. How should we do it?
Nothing.
Let them make mistakes. They're going to forget about taxes. Let them learn, right? They get a little older. They're planning pizza or a restaurant for the family. Here's $100 for dinner. Problem is, they're going to pick someplace like Chili's. It's horrible. You got to go. Let them learn their lesson. By the time they are 16 years old, they have planned a family vacation. They are aware of trade-offs, taxes, tips, all kinds of stuff. They have helped the family buy its new car. This is how you prepare kids. You don't simply say, we don't talk about money in this family. You let them learn about money. And you tell them what you've learned about money. That's how you teach them.
I'm somewhat scared of my kids being spoiled brats. And I say to my partner sometimes, I'm like, if when we have kids, should we be putting the kids in like the back of the plane?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or should they be up front with us? Like, what's the deal?
Well, I'll tell you what. I went to public school my entire childhood, and then I got a bunch of scholarships and went to a private school and for college. And at that college, I remember in the first week, so many of the beliefs I had about money and kids were shattered. I had always assumed that if you went to a private school, you were spoiled and you didn't really like to work. Within 3 days, I realized that was totally untrue. Like, some kids are spoiled, some are not. The correlation with private school, not really there. It's about parents, it's about how they were taught, and it's also about some element of luck as well. But can you teach kids not to be spoiled? Yes. There are so many wealthy kids who grew up not entitled, appreciating what they have, and the parents were still like, hey, I want to go to a nice hotel.
How do you raise kids that aren't spoiled, do you think?
So start at the very beginning when you're teaching them about, let's do this together. Money is something that we all do together. Now imagine that when you're talking to your family, just the same way we talk about creating a healthy relationship with food, right? How do you teach your kids to have a healthy relationship with food? You talk about it all the time. You go to the grocery store together, you cut carrots together and potatoes, and you say, this is why we're putting potatoes in this thing. But we never do that with money. So you have a healthy relationship with money by shining a light on it, by talking and asking them questions. Do you know how we afford this house? What's a good thing to do with credit cards, and what's a bad thing to do with credit cards?
Nothing good.
Hey, what do you think that we have $200 and we want to give it to a worthy cause? How should we do it? How should we pick? These are the kind of conversations that families should be having. And when kids start to engage with money and they see parents doing it, and they realize it's not something to be ashamed of or hidden from, they go, oh my gosh, like I have some agency over this, some control. That's how you prevent them from being spoiled.
Have you got kids yet?
No.
When you have kids, if your kids come to you and they say, Dad, I want to be rich.
Love it. I would say, what does rich mean to you?
It means being able to have financial freedom, so not having to look at price tags when I go into restaurants or shops or when I'm browsing Amazon. I can just take care of myself. I can live somewhere nice, drive a nice car, go on holiday when I want. It's freedom. What is the most important thing I should be thinking about to create that wealth and preserve it so that I can be rich?
Well, you'll first notice that when this hypothetical kid said, I want to be rich, what was my response?
What do you mean by rich?
Yeah, amazing. What do you mean by rich? So excitement and curiosity. The opposite would be, why do you want to be rich? You don't need to be rich. That's not for people like us. Squashing those dreams. So when, like my nephew, a few Thanksgivings ago, he was young and he said, I want to buy a Rolex. Amazing. Where'd you get that? Tell me. What kind of Rolex? How are you going to do it? How much is it going to cost? How much do you have to save to put that aside? That's encouraging kids. Now, they can figure out these trade-offs later. But just encouraging them, first off, is the first thing we do with kids when they talk about money. Kids are smart. They notice by age 3, 4, or 5 how their parents feel about money. I talk to parents all the time, and I speak to my own family and their parents of younger kids. They'll tell me, my 4-year-old is already worried about money. Every time she gets a little bit of money, she puts it in an envelope and saves it because she's always worried about having enough. I go, wow, that's tough. Where do you think she got that from? And then mom starts crying. Always. I can have a very difficult financial situation.
Good or
Two
bad?
parents, they'll be in $150,000 of credit card debt. They're stoic about it. They ignore it.
I'm sorry,
talk
how
about
much
it. They
credit
engage.
card debt?
But the minute I bring up the kids,
$150,000 of credit card debt.
tears. And the reason for that is that
You'd be fucked.
you can take on a lot of burden yourself, but when you realize that your behavior is being passed on to your kids, that is really difficult. And that's why couples can get on the same page and build a healthy relationship for their kids as well.
So what would you say then to your kid that says, Dad, I want to be rich? You said, amazing, great.
Love it. Yep. Tell me what it means.
And they say, what are the principles for wealth creation, Dad, and keeping that money so I can be financially free?
It would be, number one, you have to find something you love to do. Work hard. You have to love to work.
Yeah, you need
in
cash
your own
flow,
way,
you need
whatever.
money.
2, automatically invest every single month, right? That's great. And number 3, you have to enjoy money.
Do I have anything
Enjoy it,
wonderful?
not just making it, not just managing it, but also spending it.
And if they said, Dad, should I get credit
Okay,
cards?
let's do the thing.
Sure, of course. When the time is right, you should get a credit card. You should always pay it off every month, but you should get a credit card. And when you start to spend enough, probably get a rewards card. You can get some free trips or cash back out of it. Notice that I'm not being restrictive. If they say, I want to buy coffee every day, I would say, fantastic. Let's talk about how you can earn enough so you never have to worry about coffee. If they even said to me, I want to buy a Lamborghini. I'm not a Lamborghini guy. I couldn't care less. I would say, amazing. How do you think you could do that? And what if they said, I want to be a school teacher? I would say, okay, have you talked to any school teachers and asked them how much they make? Then calculate how long it would take you to buy a Lamborghini. Kids are smart. They can do these things. We just have to challenge them.
They say, Dad, I've only got my pocket money, so how am I going to become an investor? I don't have enough money yet.
How much do you need to invest?
I assume you need like thousands of pounds.
Oh, what if I told you you only need to start with $100?
I don't have $100. I have £7 pocket money.
Have you asked anyone else how you could make an extra $93?
Was this a conversation with a kid?
No.
How old's the kid?
What could you do to ask them to make $93? What could you do?
Clean the cars in the street.
Keep going.
A playground.
And on and on and on. So here, I'm not giving them the answer. I'm challenging them to learn how to think for themselves. And to make $93 for a kid, you could do it. It won't happen in one day, but you could do it very, very quickly.
How much money do you think you need to start investing?
You should start investing as soon as you can. You could start investing with $50 a month. My dad helped me open a custodial account when I was 14 years old. I started investing. My dad immigrated from India, so I was very lucky that he pushed me. But if you're a parent, you should definitely be getting your kids to invest early. Even $50 a month makes a huge difference.
Right, we're heading out.
So you invested at 14?
Yeah, and I've been investing ever since.
And how did that do for you?
Fantastic. You know why? Because I never sold almost anything. It just stayed. Every single investment, every single month. No matter.
That is true. I mean, if you're going to start investing, you kind of have to let it do its thing. You can't just keep taking it out, you know?
Magic, no random, like, amazing stock picks except for a couple lucky ones. It's just basically almost all index funds. Just every single month.
A lot of random. Okay, let's get out of here.
I mean, if you want to have it as 1 to 5% of your portfolio as speculation, fantastic. The problem is that crypto investors I talk to don't believe in diversification. They will often have all their money in it, and they don't follow classic principles of investing. And the worst part is, it's hard to argue when it's done so well. So people go like, what the fuck do you know? 7%? That sucks, Grandpa. And I go, all right, fine. It has performed incredibly well, at least in certain parts of crypto.
Okay, definitely.
But you do not want to have the majority of your assets in one thing.
And there's the problem with crypto as well, is you only hear when it's doing well.
Exactly.
So whenever the bear market comes in, everybody goes quite quiet.
They get very quiet. Where'd you go, guys? Sometimes I follow them on Twitter. Half the time, their account is deleted.
That is true. That is true. Whenever
That's called survivorship bias. You only hear about things when they're good. The minute it's bad, account deleted, never.
Yeah, there's a saying. It's like everyone's a genius when the market's going up. In a bull market, everyone's a genius. The question is when the market goes down, how are people? And most people is completely wiped out. I can't tell you the amount of people I know who lost so much goddamn money when the crypto market collapsed. Like back, a few years ago now? Because they weren't in Bitcoin, they were all in shitcoins. Because they all thought it'd go up forever. They all thought they were like geniuses. And they lost so much money. They were bragging about how much money they had only just like months before. And then suddenly they were just like quiet and solemn. And when you asked them how they were, they went, nah, man, I put it all in there. I'm screwed. And there were so many people. How many YouTubers were like quit or were crying? God, what's his name? Oh. It's that guy who put a thing out there basically begging for money. Anyway.
Heard from them again.
What about gambling? You must see some gambling in relationships. I'm not sure how legal gambling is in every state over here in the USA, but in the UK, gambling is legal. So it's often an issue in relationships, a quiet issue.
Yeah, it is a quiet issue. I think I don't hear about it too often. I suspect that gamblers simply don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Which is actually the worst of all. Maybe I need to find a way to reach the gamblers. I mean, we do hear some really tragic stuff. Folks who have lost money, bad investments late in life. We hear about parents whose kids are bleeding them dry. But we also hear about some really awesome couples who have quietly accumulated money over time, and they just don't realize we made it. And sometimes I get to do the very pleasant thing.
Let's try to get to 30.
Hey, you two clearly love each other.
Almost midnight, but
you've done this together.
Done. Nice.
You made it.
Have you ever seen marriages fall apart because of these issues?
We've had couples break up directly after our podcast. Marriages, of course, I get emails all the time.
You've had couples break up just after the podcast? I mean, it must have been like an irreparable thing. The only way I could think of that happening is if there's a massive breach of trust. Or maybe you realize that the person you're with isn't the person you thought they were, you know?
The reason that we broke up was money. But you know what's interesting? Research shows, which I cite in the book, that when couples fight, they don't fight about money. You know what they fight about? Kids, chores, and communication. Money is rarely talked about. It's only talked about when there's a fight. But it's the least of what people are typically arguing about. Kids, chores, communication, that's what gets fought about.
Unromantic, though, isn't it? Seen as being, you know, there's a stigma, don't talk about money.
Yeah, which is crazy. I encourage couples to have a monthly money meeting. I even give them an exact agenda. Here's the Google Doc, work it out, adapt it for your own needs. Start off with a compliment. You know, I really appreciated that you planned that trip for us to the grandparents. You did such a great job with flights. Start off like that. People look at me like I'm speaking Klingon to them. An agenda for my wife, for my husband? I go, what? They go, that's weird. I go, I think it's weird for you to go 40 years fighting about money, never talking about it, never creating a vision, instead of using an agenda.
It's so interesting because much of the issues in my household growing up were money related. So between my mother and father, and there is no way that my mother had any idea how much money my dad had or how much money the household had.
Wow.
And I really, as you were saying it now, I thought, God, if they just sat down once and had that conversation, like how much money do we actually have here? Oh, God, our childhood would have been so drastically different.
Let's pause for a minute to talk about today's sponsor, which is Whoop. I often think how lucky we are to live in a time where we can so easily access information on how our body is performing. But it also makes me wonder how many of us are really utilizing this technology. A couple of years ago, I started wearing Whoop, a device that monitors how activities and behaviors affect my sleep, my training, my recovery, and my stress. I'm currently midway through Whoop's Sober October Challenge, and this month, if I compare it to the time I used to drink, my stress levels are significantly lower. If you're like me and you're aiming to be the best version of yourself, then you have to go and check out Whoop. Head to join.whoop.com/CEO to start your free trial today. And if you're already a Whoop member taking part in this challenge, do me a favor, send me a DM, a message, and let me know how you're getting on.
You said you are at a point where you now think you have enough.
Yeah.
But you're still striving for more than investing, still earning, still waking up every day and driving. Then why?
I like it. I love what I do. I love working. The more that I make, the more that it is a sign I'm creating value. That's it. But I systematically earn more. Like I have my rules. So for example, unexpected income that comes in, 70 to 90% of that will be invested. Right? Meaning like I'll take 10% and have a good time, but I'm primarily investing unexpected income.
Question then, if you got a $100 million windfall, how would your life change?
And there's a way out here.
It's hard to say I have a very good life.
$100 million comes in, what are you going to do with it?
I mean, it's going to change almost nothing.
What would you do with $100 million?
It would accelerate some of my plans for charity, for a house, because I would have the house drawn up, even though I don't even want to buy a house. I would probably have the house drawn up, and then I would say, call me when it's ready to move in, and don't call me before then. I want nothing to do with building it. I don't want to see a piece of wood, go over there.
Why would you buy a house?
Purely because what else are you going to do with the money? Of course, give away. You got to spend the money somehow, but
so why a house?
What else are you going to do with it?
If I had $100 million,
I already saved it. I already invested. See, what happens is when you start to, as you know,
if I had $100 million, I'd be tempted at that point just to sell the house, because when you have $100 million, you have so many options in terms of where you want to go and what you want to do. I mean, yeah, I'd be tempted to do that. I mean, you could just rent. I mean, at like 4%, which you could get through like some basic bonds, the amount of money you'd make off $100 million per year or per month, you wouldn't need to have a house. You wouldn't need to have a mortgage anymore. You are financially set for life. You can just find places all over the world, just rent somewhere that you want to rent exactly where you want to be. You could go, no, I want to live in this city, or I want to live in this part of the world. Rent someplace and go there. You don't need a house, and you don't need to have a mortgage anymore. At that point, for me anyway, that'd be the thing. At that point, I'm thinking this complete independence and freedom. I don't want to have to worry about, like, you know, something's broken or something. I want to You can have a landlord to help you deal with these things. So if something breaks in your rent, you've got a landlord to call. So suddenly you're not having to think about or worry about any of that side of things. That's just for me.
Oh, you start to hit your numbers and exceed them bigger than you ever thought possible. You start to realize that so much of our life is spent playing defense with money. That's the relationship that most of us have with money. Will we have enough at the grocery store? Will we have enough to fix the window? Will we have enough to get a car? And most people live that way. But if you start to save automatically, you start to invest, and you really make it a focus to earn and understand how money works, at a certain point, objectively speaking, looking at our numbers, we don't ever have to worry about the price of chicken.
Get behind.
So then what? Then what's the point?
Give it away, I guess.
This is where I think this is the real challenge. And you know, a lot of retirees, they get to the point where they have accumulated money, but they never really thought about the point of it all. What is the point of it all? I'll tell you, sometimes people surprise me by how uncreative they are with money. I'll give you an example. I ask people, what is your money dial? What do you love to spend money on? And people, they usually have a pretty good answer. The most common answer is food. The next common answer is travel, then health and wellness, and then there's a bunch of other money dials.
Yeah.
So one guy once told me, I like coffee. That's his money dial, coffee. I go, what do you mean? He goes, I order different beans from whatever. I go, can I be honest with you? I'm bored. I'm bored by your answer. Because he was doing very well. I'm like, okay, you buy a $20 bag of coffee beans. All right, you have way more money. And he's just like, he was a little insulted that I said it, but I was trying to shake him because I was bored. Some person with that much money should not be telling me that the thing they love to spend money on only is coffee. So I go, listen, you like making your own coffee? He goes, yeah, I have my AeroPress and this and that. I go, what if you considered hiring the barista from your local place to come to your house and show you how to fine-tune that coffee? What if you really learn how to spend money on that experience and deepen the experience? It's not about buying 10 more coffee bags. It's about going deeper. A year later, 2 years later, we talked. He had done that, and he got really into coffee. He was now traveling to go to different locations, Colombia, Rwanda, all these places where he had started to appreciate the coffee. So sometimes we need to get more creative. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars. But if you and your partner love this thing, think about how you can spend money to appreciate it even more.
Yeah,
and your strategy is to then stop spending money on things that you don't appreciate.
This is where your rich life vision comes in. What do we want to spend extravagantly? And then what do we want to cut costs mercilessly? We always start with what do we want to spend more. So when I ask people, I have a variety of exercises I walk them through, like what's your perfect week? I'll tell you that I've done this with many, many people. Not one person has ever said my perfect week involves doing laundry. Cool. Could we pay that out? And if you can't afford to do that today, that's okay. Put it on your vision and say, when we get to this number, we're never going to do laundry again. Fantastic. But it also gives you something to look forward to.
You know, it's thrown around that once household income equals X number, then people are happy, or at least there's diminishing returns. Is it?
Yeah, that's $75,000. First of all, that was already like 10 years ago, so you have to factor in inflation. But second, more recent research has shown that actually happiness continues increasing. There's also self-satisfaction, so there's a variety of different variables. Basically, don't believe that $75,000. It doesn't make any sense. What's more important is you create a vision together, and you go, what would make this week, this year, this next 10 years amazing for us? Let's just put it all out there. It doesn't even matter if we know how we can afford it or not. Then let's talk about it. Do we know our numbers? Do we have enough? Can we pay for our kids' college or not? Can we buy an extra iPhone charger so we don't have to run to the bedroom every day? And you start to create and design your rich life together.
What things can you get that can enhance your experiences? Yeah.
Very interesting topic, and it's particularly pertinent to me because, you know, as I said, I spoke to a divorce lawyer the other week, and he told me that it's one
one of the top 2 reasons couples get divorced is because of money problems. And I really didn't know what he meant. I thought maybe it's one of the partners loses all of their money and it causes arguments, or maybe it's just that there's a lot of resentment and frustration built up because there's opaqueness surrounding the subject of money. And it's kind of like the elephant in the room that has never been addressed. And this is exactly what you try and do in this book. You do it so masterfully. Your first book is sold 7 figures worth of copies, and I understand why. And I have a sneaking suspicion that this book is going to be equally successful because it is the elephant in the room in most relationships. The fact that, when I saw that you'd written a book about money for couples, it immediately made me realize, I go, Chris, we never talked about that in our relationship. And why not? And it's a whole complex myriad of reasons and trauma and emotions and insecurities and shame. But like all things in my relationship, the more talking I did about it, the better it became and the less of an issue it became. And there's almost a correlation in relationships, isn't there, between the amount you talk about an issue and how big the issue is. And that relates to all things, whether it's sex or if it's the in-laws or it's friendships or whatever it might be. So it's a really well-timed book, and I've really not discovered one quite like it. So I highly recommend everybody goes and checks it out. It's out in December. The link is below, so if you're listening to this now, you should be able to pre-order this book right now, and hopefully this can form the foundation of a conversation that you very much need to have in your relationship, one that might just save your relationship.
Such a pleasure.
We have a closing tradition on the podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next. In the Diary of the CEO, and the question that's been left for you is, what can you do to improve humanity and the life of people?
How far does it go up? It must go up to here. I don't think I've been to there yet.
I think in my world, the best thing I can do is set an example of someone who publicly speaks about the things that are important to them, who wakes up every day and has a great time teaching, loves what I do, and models having a loving relationship with the people
It
around
must be around here somewhere. Where is it?
Yeah.
Leading by example in every sense of the word. Thank you so much. Such a pleasure to speak to you, and you've opened my eyes to so many things. And every time I have these conversations, I hope that I walk away with some kind of actionable insight into something that matters in my life, and that's certainly the case in these conversations. So thank you so much for coming back today.
Thank you.
Here, what have we got here? You know what? Scott Galloway is absolutely everywhere, but let's listen to this.
Some males never become men. It's not a given.
Doing things that are hard and doing things that require you to do something on a sustained basis. I think that a lot of that used to be work. I mean, you've given ideas about rites of passage, and I agree with that, actually. Here's the difficult thing, is that you have to be institutionalized into mature masculinity. The saddest graph in generation is the one that shows the percentage of American high school seniors who agree with the statement, "My life often feels useless." About 9% agrees with that statement from the 90s through 2010, 2011. There's no sign of anything changing. And then all of a sudden, in 2012, it just zooms upward and it doubles over the next 8 or 10 years.
Up here, okay, cool. Okay, good.
All right, today we have a very special episode. We have our guests, Jonathan Haidt and Richard Reeves. Jonathan is a colleague at NYU's Stern School of Business, but what most people would consider or refer to as a real professor, a PhD, tenured, not how they refer to me as the Kim Kardashian whore. He's legit. And then we have Richard Reeves, who's the founding president of the American Institute of Women, and also from Brookings. And here, the last 10 days, I have essentially been parroting Richard Reeves' work on every media outlet that has a pulse. And I was saying to Jonathan that I really should start sending royalties to Richard. Like, between the two of you, I am, whoever it is, like, it swoops in and takes all of the credit, but I'm essentially parroting the two of you. I'm just louder, and I just want to acknowledge that up front. Anyways, guys, where does this podcast find you?
I'm in my office at NYU, a few floors below where you're supposed to be.
There you go.
If he was a real professor.
There you go.
So it goes to Gallup world.
At the Beverly Hills Hotel, no chance.
Well, I'm at home in East Tennessee, and Scott, I've absolutely no problem accepting a share of royalties. I will say, however, that what people get mad at you, and they have done in a couple of recent publications. They all throw me under the bus with you, right? So it's like I'm manacled to you. But I will say that the New Yorker essay, which sort of has a go at the kind of centrist manosphere or whatever, it attacks Scott for some likable keys. The first 4 words of it are describing Scott as white, bald, and jack. And the trouble is, that the next 3,500 words attacking him, he didn't hear any of that. He just all he heard.
Yeah, so you hear I'm Jack.
I don't know. This makes for a longer conversation, but I'm still unable to dissociate. I recognize that pushback is important, and if you're, if you don't get any pushback, you're not saying anything. But some of these comments, I just want to write back, and I don't engage in the comments. I just want to write, did you read the fucking book? Did you actually get, I mean, did you, I'm sure you guys are used to this. There's just, they make a cartoon or total misinformation of what you said so they can weigh in and get their kind of Guardians of Gotcha or virtue signaling pill. And I'm not used to it. I still have a difficult time separating myself from some of their, like, I mean, it is incredible, some of the things people say in pushback. I imagine, especially you, Jonathan, when your book came out, you must have gotten a lot of pushback.
Well, 2 things. First of all, Scott, you are treading into a minefield that no one has ever exited alive until Richard. When Richard started this project, you couldn't really talk about boys because that meant that you were ignoring what boys are doing to girls, what men are doing to women. And Richard walked through it carefully and be very reassuring in the book, but really opened the way. Yep. And then people like you come gallivanting and you say all sorts of things like, I want my kids to, people should drink more. Like, you're wild because people love you for it, but the thing is, you step on some lines, you say some things, and then, of course, those who want to write documentalism, they got a lot of targets for you and a lot less on me and Richard, because we're super careful about this. But that's part of what you do, and that's why it's so much fun to listen to. And it's also, it's part of the work, right? You need, I think, a bit of both. But the other thing I would say, Scott, I agree with what John just said, and I know this is not necessarily what you wanted to talk about, but it's live right now. What I find helpful is to really think hard about, is this a good faith disagreement? And this is obviously John's, a lot of John's work has been along this. And if it's a good faith disagreement that is something important, then I typically will respond to it. Like, it's bad faith or come ill-informed, just ignore it. So Jessica Gross wrote a piece in The Times criticising me for my view about needing more male teachers, and she was citing statistics. She was taking me on the substance, and John has had a lot of this. And then you get others where it's just clearly just ad hominem. It's not good faith. They're not trying to advance knowledge in this space by constructively disagreeing with you. And I'd say that's been true of some of what you've had, Scott, as well. It has been more in that combative sort of space. But if someone makes a good point, then I think it's really useful for me.
Yeah, I agree. Some of the pushback has been, I've learned from it in softball, and it is right. And I agree with you. I've actually tried, I do learn from some of it, and some of it has been, the stuff that really hurts, it means that there's some veracity, there's some truth in it. That's what I find. When something really punches me in the gut, it's like, oh, they're right. I didn't think this through. Anyways, right now we're seeing 2 major shifts. People are having fewer children, and they're unhappier. And these trends show up early in the lives of young men, economically, socially, and romantically. And so I'll start with the biggest and the hardest question, and I'll start with you. I'll start with you, Richard. What is your portrait or recipe of a young man into today's world?
I would say skill. Right? You're just skilled and feeling like you've got the skills to go out into it. That's relational skills, so that's about dating, but also the workplace. The degree of self-efficacy that you are actually guiding yourself through the world. There's this word that I nearly used in my book, but couldn't quite make it work, which is actually from Welsh. I've just been talking to my mother, who's Welsh, so it's putting it to mine now, which is hoyle. It's H-Y-W-L, almost impossible to figure out how you say it, and it means wind in your face. You can feel your own propulsion and the literal translation is wind in your sails. Do you think that sort of sense of moving into a world with that sense of the wind at your back, with agency, with skill, and with a degree of kind of confidence in your direction, that's real. That takes self-control, that takes being able to steer away from some of the dangers of the internet. But the balance it really could come down to that sense of conducting yourself into and through the world with a degree of skill and confidence.
What does it take for a boy to come? And the last time we had this three-way conversation, I think I went through initiation rites. But very briefly, human societies forever have dealt with the issue of how do you turn a girl into a woman, a boy into a man. They have initiation rites. But the thing is that girls sort of happen automatically since they begin menstruate. That's always taken as a marker of adulthood, and then there are things that happen. But it's sort of like gonna happen. Whereas with boys, it's much more likely they have to prove themselves. They have to do something. They have to have the foreskin of their penis cut off while they do not flinch. If you flinch, you change forever. So boys have to sort of go through more trials and tribulations, especially in warrior cultures or honor cultures. So it's a harder transition, and they need more help.
It cost me nothing to get in.
And I also want to bring in a finding from psychology, which is that on most things that you can measure, boys are more variable than girls. So on also, they're more represented at the high end, at the low end. And the point here is that in most societies, the difference between the successful 10% and the least successful 10% is gigantic for males. It's much more fraught. There's many more ways for them to go awry. They need to develop skills, as Richard said. But what I'm thinking about here is all the ways that the path to develop skills requires doing hard things over and over. It requires developing long-term dopamine. That is, you know how to pursue a project over days, over weeks. Eventually, you build something. You build a treehouse, or you get a girlfriend over a long time. And at every step of the process, the technology is there to say, don't do it. Just do this. It's more, get your dopamine real quick. Don't do it. Don't do hard things. So I think for boys, even more than for girls, we have to look at the necessity of hard challenges that can involve even physical pain or hardship. When boys don't have that, when they have easy electronic pleasures all along, they simply don't make the jump to manhood. And that's going to be, that already is a reason why we're seeing marriage and sex decline. And it's going to get a lot worse as Gen Z becomes the main generation that is marrying.
I've been using Richard's definition.
The only annoying thing about being in here is that there are so many things you need heavy ammo to kill, and I just have a pea shooter.
Of manhood. I love the notion that some people born as males grow old and never become men. And I just love the term that Richard coined, surplus value. Or I think he said approaching relationships from a generative standpoint. And I've actually incorporated that into my fathering. I've said to my boys, you realize your negative value, right? You go to school, all of this infrastructure, all of these smart, talented people, all adding value to you, and you add almost no value back. In the home, quite frankly, and I've said this, guys, we love you and get a lot from you. You're getting more from us. When you use the roads and the tube, and if you called 911, someone would pick up the phone, you are getting more from the government. There are brave men and women defending the shores, a lot of skill that you are not adding any tax revenue to. You are negative valuing. And one of the reasons we are trying to give you the right skills and right characters one day when you become a man is when you add surplus value. You generate more jobs, you're income, you're absorbing, you provide more love, more care than you have received. You're planting trees that shade will never sit under. You absorb more complaints than you give. You notice people's lives. And don't make the mistake I made of falling into this sort of capitalist trope of every relationship I have to be on the plus side. That's trying to avoid manhood.
Yeah, I mean,
and they sort of get it, but I love this notion of surplus value. And I got that from Richard, and I just think it's such an elegant way of saying, some men be clear, some males never become men. It's not a given.
I want to just add something on that. Maybe mine's a slightly softer version of it, but I call my kids cost center number 1, cost center number 2, cost center number 3, and cost center number 3 has just come off the books. So I'm delighted to say this is a big moment, and I'm saying, and at some point you will flip into profit center number 1, profit center number 2, and profit center number 9. I expect the flow to come back. I also just thinking about this point about John's doing things that are hard and doing things that require you to do stuff on a sustained basis. I think that a lot of that needs to be work. I mean, you've given ideas about rites of passage, and I agree with that actually. But I think one of our sons was really struggling to actually even go to high school, let's be honest. He's now a teacher, I'm delighted to say, but just really struggling in education. And my wife is incredibly worried about him. And I said, he gets up at 7 a.m. This is in the vacation, 7 a.m. every day, and does his landscaping job. He comes home, showers, changes, and goes off to do his job actually at a Jewish after-school centre where he's a teacher till 7 p.m. He does that every day, and he's never missed a day of work. He is going to be fine. I just know he's going to be fine. I don't know what he's going to do, and I know he's struggling in the education system, but I'm going to tell you, any 17-year-old who can get himself up every morning and work 2 jobs every day, it's going to be fine. I don't know how.
If he's got the discipline, and that's something that boys can grow up without more easily than girls.
And you're right, you have to learn it. You have to be. Here's the difficult thing: is you have to be institutionalized or institutionally scaffolded, as you say, into masculinity, into mature masculinity. And very hubristic of any society to think that we don't need to construct and maintain those scaffolds, and that we don't need to be careful at the things that might corrode those scaffolds. And both of those things have happened right now. We've dismantled too many of the scaffolds, the pieces of that we do the institutionalization through, and then as John's work,
I don't know what's happened.
we've also been corroding in many ways, particularly with what's happening online, these quick fixes.
So I just want to contribute to this discussion of surplus value. The saddest graph in the Anxious Generation
we're getting
is
out
the
of
one
here.
that shows the percentage of American high school seniors who agree with the statement, my life often feels useless. And another one is, life often feels meaningless. There are a couple of questions like that. And what you see is that it was about 9% of boys, and boys here there's not much of a sense, boys and girls, about 9% that agreed with that statement. 90s through 2010, 2011, there's no sign of anything changing. And then all of a sudden, 2012, it just zooms upward and it doubles over the next 8 years. Young people feel really useless because they are. If they're just always pulled off the road of producing anything and always given entertainment and stuff to consume, at the end of the day, all they've done is scroll through videos or watch other people doing things. And that makes you feel useless. So young men have always had this issue, but what I want to contribute to this conversation is that the technology pulls so many young men off the path. And now with gambling, with AI coming in, it's pulling even harder. So we really have to change the technology. We have to do a lot of things so that our kids are doing things so that they are useful to others. Now, of course, it's still being negative, but it's a bit different. We're all investing in you, and you're just watching video games and porn. And that's the way you're going for 10 or 15 years. And at that point, you're in your 20s, and you really are useless. Your life really is useless. And that is a tragedy that we've set the world up to lure kids, but especially men, boys and men, into that. We've got to let them feel that they're producing value. Let them do things. Let our kids run errands. Let them take challenges in which they actually do something useful.
You said something, Jonathan, that I'm talking a lot about, and that is, we talk a lot about the means, the economy, education, how you build up to something. And I sometimes think we need to be reminded that the ends is a meaning of purpose, a meaning of contentment, and that comes from almost everyone, I think, would agree, if they really think about what is the value in my life, it comes down to relationships. And those relationships, the really important relationships, all have one thing in common, and that is they're hard. They're hard to maintain. It's not easy to stay married. It's difficult to figure out your place in the pecking order of this planet. It is really hard to navigate the politics of NYU or start an institute focusing on boys. And The only thing these relationships have in common is a lot of friction, and they were really hard. And these online synthetic relationships all have one thing in common, and that is they attempt to make them as easy and as frictionless as possible, and they end up being empty calories. And I worry that these young men wake up at 30, 40, or older, and they never really have a sense of victory. They never worked to find a mate and endured the rejection and the kindness and the perseverance and found someone to love. They never get to that. They never found an organization where they could deploy their skills, their certification, their hard work, and navigate it to making. I just worry we're going to raise a generation of men that never really get to bask in victory. Like this was worth it. This was so hard, but it was worth it.
I think that's right. A lot of research in psychology shows that if you want to predict happiness or you want to understand what makes people feel a sense of flourishing, relationships is the number one. That's one of the most basic truths in psychology. That long Harvard project tracking men since the 30s, it was the state of your relationships was the best indicator of who aged well and had a sense that their life was good.
Oh, perfect.
So, of course, yes, relationships. And it's also another basic truism of psychology that women care more about relationships, they invest more in them. Even within marriages, a woman tends to is more likely to manage the social relationship for everyone. So women, they invest more in them, they understand them more, and they end up with more of them. Whereas men are much more at risk of ending up with nothing. And both of you have collected statistics on the degree to which, those horrible statistics about the percentage of young people or people who have, say they have no close friends, and I believe it's much higher for men, so you're coming on that in just a moment. But the point I want to add here is that, Scott, when you said, ultimately, what makes a successful life is relationships, my first thought was, well, yes, but also accomplishments. That for men more than women, when you look back on your life, it's not enough. That for many men, it's not enough. Like, yes, I raised these children and they're flourishing. I did my job. No, men more often feel the need to have made a mark on the world, to have done something that they can then be proud of. And so, yes, we are raising a generation of men in a world in which the opportunities to do something big are harder and harder. And that's what's so exciting about this three-way collaboration. The three of us have had a few wonderful discussions because we each bring a piece to it. And Scott, you're bringing all these issues about, redistributive tax codes and all the economic challenges that I didn't think about at all. So actually, in terms of paying royalties, yes, Scott, you cite both of us. You can definitely pay us royalties. But the thing is, all three, we're all like learning from each other. We each have a piece of the puzzle. And so we can sort of each, circulate these royalties among the three of us.
A shared pot of royalties.
There we go.
I've got to tell you right now, that sounds good to me, Scott. Given where we are on the Amazon rankings right now. But I want to build on, I think, both the points you've made, which is that John's right that on average men are investing less in relationships and struggle a bit more with that relationality. But on the other hand, I think that masculinity and mature masculinity in the surplus value way we've talked about it is defined through relationships. I think we have to make a clear distinction between relational masculinity, which is defined and exhibited through those victories at work, which is relational. It's through what you're providing to others, as opposed to a lone ranger masculinity, which is you go your own way, you're your own man, you're separate from other people. And so there's this weird paradox here that I'm just throwing out to both of you, which is on the one hand, we sort of think about relationships, we think, women are good at relationships, they build them more, etc. But on the other hand, I think the idea of being a successful and a flourishing man, when we think about that, what do we think? We think, what kind of father are you? What kind of husband are you? What kind of colleague are you? What kind of father figure are you? What kind of... So actually, weirdly, in a way, I think it's even more important to think about the relational architecture around men. I think about, the way my dad expressed his masculinity was by the way he was a dad and a member of the community and so on. So if you'd been alone in the woods on his own, you wouldn't... I don't think you can be a man alone.
That's a pretty fucked up thing to say.
Support for the show comes from Adobe Express. With social media, email, and a growing variety of online ads, there are more touch points than ever between your business and its customers. Adobe Express is here to make sure your smallest touch point is as polished, impactful, and on brand as the biggest.
The brand kits in Express make following design rules a breeze. Templates for flyers, banners, emails, social posts, and more have all the professional quality Adobe is known for. And generative AI that's safe for business gives everyone the ability to make images, rewrite texts, and produce effects using simple text prompts. You can create campaigns, resize ads with a click, and even translate content automatically. Work that used to take weeks now takes minutes or even seconds. Adobe Express also makes collaboration, approval, and sharing easier so any team can become a well-oiled content machine. And if you're leading your team, you can monitor it all from your admin console. That means you have one centralized place where you can ensure that every asset is right and that everyone is synced. Go from fragmented to business-friendly. Switch to the quick and easy app to create on-brand content. Adobe Express. Learn more at adobe.com/express/business. True story, I've actually used Adobe Express, and I was genuinely impressed with how easy it is to create professional content that you can immediately push out.
Gates, Stellar.
Support for Prop G comes from Chime. It's no secret that managing your money can be stressful. Overdraft fees, missed payments, and the constant worry about saving more can add on undue pressure when life already feels full. Chime says it can help ease that stress by giving you simple tools to take control of your finances one step at a time. With Chime, your money moves faster for you. You can open a checking account with no monthly or maintenance fees, set up direct deposit, and even get paid up to 2 days early. Plus, Chime offers fee-free overdraft coverage of up to $200. Chime says it's already spotted members more than $30 billion. And with more than 47,000 fee-free ATMs, that's more than the top 2 national banks combined, they say you'll have your money wherever you go. It's all designed to help you stress less, save more, and make your money work harder for you. You can work on your financial goals through Chime today. You can open an account in 2 minutes at chime.com/propg. That's chime.com/propg. Chime. Feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bank or Bank NA or Stride Bank NA. Members FDIC. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News and World Report 2023. Chime checking account required.
So Jonathan, you said something, and just so we can fill up some comments with some hate. You said something that men feel it's not enough just relationships. The men have a distinct, not unique, but a greater level of desire to quote unquote, put a dent in the universe. And what I have said that caused some blowback is that equality of opportunity does not equal equality of outcomes, which is, I have to credit Jordan Peterson. That's where I heard it first. And I've said that if you had perfect equanimity of opportunity, there would still be more male CEOs. The land acknowledgement is like men have bigger egos. But what I find is the following, that men get more reward from impacting things that aren't in their proximity, and women get more reward from impacting things really in a meaningful way in their direct proximity. That they have a different reward system. Your thoughts, Jonathan?
I agree with the general approach, but not your specific metric. Close versus distant. In all of my work, I always try to take both an evolutionary perspective and an anthropological perspective. How did we evolve? What is human nature? What are also, how does that vary in cultures? And in this case, one of the key things to keep your eye on, especially any discussion of young people, we must discuss mate value. Young women are in a constant competition for mate value. Now, here I'm only addressing the heterosexual dating market. That's the dominant one. But young women, from the time they're approaching puberty and they get on social media, it's incredible the way they're so conscious about clothing and hair and makeup and all the things that they're going to be judged on. And that's true for women throughout their lives. And so women are very, very attentive to mate value, whereas men are just not as concerned about how we look. Or looking youthful. Across societies and eras, the great majority of women will have a child, and the great majority of men will not. That's the way it's always been. Before there was monogamy, the 1,000 years or whatever it was that monogamy was dominant. The most successful men will have multiple wives, and most men will not have any. And so because of that,
that's like the red pill thing, isn't it? It's like, well, men should be allowed to kind of be with multiple women because high value men are blah, 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 Yeah.
There's some speculation that males are designed with more of an all or nothing strategy, or go for it. And you have to stand out. You have to do something to become excellent. You have to do something to rise in status for your mate value. And so if you imagine young men who are threatened by being pulled down into nothingness and being overthrown, a useless one that will not procreate.
Unless they're seriously and severely, like emotionally.
Men are more drawn to doing the big spectacular thing, and even sometimes that's violent. It gives them fame for a while. But my point is, it's not just that they want to impact things far away. They want to do things that will make people look up to them. And in a healthy society, it's through all the things that Richard said. It's somebody who would be admired for having created a successful company and had a loving father and have strong relationships in the community. But in some environments, if men can get prestige just from being the biggest asshole or from destroying something, well, then that's what many men will be motivated to do. We have to look at the incentives, but really keep your eye on mate value, I would say.
Slight corrective to that, at least I think it might be a corrective, John. But first of all, I buy the evidence about risk-taking, higher levels of risk-taking on average, being driven by this all-or-nothing thing. Joe Henrik, I think, who we both know, has written about that. I'm convinced by that. I think there's two things. One is that there's a tendency then to take a difference of these overlapping distributions and use it to explain much bigger gaps than it can actually explain. And that's my big disagreement with Jordan Peterson on this, for example. So he correctly says that under conditions of equality, you're probably going to have, say, fewer engineers. Is another example he uses, right? But it's probably 30%. Right, and the same the other way around with male nurses, right? It's not 5% or 10%. Yeah, and so what happens is that in the wrong hands,
I mean, it's
the
not.
truth.
Yeah, that's right. It's not as though in a perfectly equal society, like there will be no male nurses, there will be no female engineers. That's not. It's not going to work that way. That's not how it works. Like people still have their own drives and
of a difference at the average. Between the sexes is used to justify differences that could not possibly be plausibly justified by that, right? So it's not going to be 50-50, but you have to be very careful not to use it to justify very low levels. But on this mate value thing, I've just been reading a pre-publication book by Paul Eastwick called Bonded by Evolution, which has a really good critique of the mate value thesis. It doesn't say it's wrong, but says that actually the whole idea of a marketplace for romance is a very modern idea, right? Actually, if you think about it, right, having Tinder and thousands of people to choose from, that's not how we actually evolved. We actually evolved in small tribes, about 150 people. And he makes the quite strong argument that actually spending time with people who you know, and being compatible with them, that's actually what seems to matter in the long run for relationships. So mate value.
Well, that was always I forget the guy's name, but he often argues that. He says that the reason why cold hookup culture it tends to have bad results, or people tend to find with themselves with people that they're not really. What's the best way I can put it? If you're using Tinder or if you're doing cold hookup, you have a far more reduced chance of meeting someone you actually like and get on with. Or like women, for example, it's a lot harder as a man to find like an attractive woman that way, because it is if you just sort of go through actually taking the time to get to know people, actually getting at the house and doing things. That was a really, really rumpy, messed up way of me trying to explain that. Long story short, if you're a guy and you're looking for a girl, you've got a much better chance of finding one if you actually get out of your house and meet people versus going on social media. That, in a nutshell, is what I was actually trying to say.
It's very much about this immediate thing in a marketplace, right? But actually, we're evolved. So the book's called Bonded by Evolution. We're evolved to seek out people who we're going to be compatible with, and they're probably going to be drawn from friendship groups, people we already knew to some extent. Now, I think what that means is it makes it even more important, John,
as they say,
that we do have real-life relationships and experiences and so on, because you're more likely to have a successful mating strategy if it's friend of a friend. You know, all the social cues. think it's just it's not. He's not even saying that the mate value thing is wrong. He's just saying it's overweighted by comparison to some of these other things.
I want to follow up on the notion of mate value, and that is, I worry that we're returning to, I don't want to call it the natural order, but how society is typically played out, and that is 80% of women are victims, 20% of men. That typically most societies have a small number of men through inheritance or talent or luck or violence aggregate a disproportionate amount of resources and then an exceptional amount of the mating opportunities. And then we have to invent words, nationalism for young men to get out their anger. And just along the idea, sometimes leads to awful examples of violence, right? My understanding is most political violence, most mass shooters are hoping to score some sort of massive increase in social capital through what they see as a heroic act of violence. So it can be very good, obviously, but also very bad. But my question is, to both of you, my sense is if we're not careful, if we don't, and let me use the R word, if we don't consistently redistribute capital and opportunity from the most fortunate and the most lucky back to the middle class, we will opportunities. Thoughts, Jonathan?
Oh, I think that's great. I think that's absolutely right. There's a book that you even read by Chris called Hierarchy in the Forest. And he addresses the mystery of, are human beings innately hierarchical or are we innately egalitarian? I mean, hunter-gatherer groups are always egalitarian, so that must be our nature, right?
Hang on a minute.
But his answer is no. Actually, we are innately hierarchical, like most primates. Not all, but most primates.
How do I...
Especially the males, and dominance is worked out with brutality and the ability to dominate.
I've just found I could revive, damn it. Sorry, bro.
But what happened was, as humans developed technology and spears and all sorts of things, we developed the capacity to suppress alpha males. And at a certain point in our evolutionary history, it's now clear we're cooperating in hunting, we're sharing resources, we're dividing labor, we've got gender division of labor. And those are all egalitarian because what hunter-gatherer groups do is they're very sensitive to any guy acting like he's the alpha. And so they have gossip and eventually violence to take him down or kill him or ostracize him. And then he points out that then as soon as we become sedentary and we start farming and we start having resources, now someone finds a way to get most of them or more of them. And so then you instantly get hierarchy back. It comes roaring back. And so I think you're right to say a good society is one that's able to check that return to our primate. You read accounts of chimpanzee society, it's pretty brutal. And so, yes, redistribution of not just raw redistribution, but redistribution of opportunity, making sure that you have to have some turn. You have to have things opening up. If young men feel that they have roads forward, then they can be attracted to do that. If they feel they're blocked, as so many do nowadays, then it's like, what the hell? There's nothing I can do. Why not just sit home and in my goon cave or whatever the word is. So yes, we especially for all of our kids, but especially for young men, they're easily discouraged if they don't see a road to success.
Yeah, I think that's why economic mobility, which is the issue that John and I first met over, I think even before we met over Mill, the middle class project that we've all been involved in, and what's happening to gender and the economy, they all come together. If there aren't these genuine opportunities, economic opportunities to have a good life, to flourish, for your investments to pay off in a pretty reliable way, then you're just going to lose people, and especially you're going to lose young men, and that's what's been happening. So I know, Scott, you've been very interested in the whole marriage thing, and you and I have talked about this before, but you look in the communities where the marriage rates are higher if they're low income, it's where the low income men are doing better. And so there's just a very clear link between economic flourishing, family formation, relational growth, capital growth, etc. And so the huge achievement of modern societies in many ways has been to gradually faltering in a faltering way share the opportunities. Right? And Scott, you talked a lot about the growth of the middle class and so on. And that's combined with monogamy. And again, Joe Henrich's written a lot about this. To actually create a decent sense of the fact that, you know what, We can all do well.
I've never been.
In a society where you can, through a reasonable approximation, say,
how far away is it?
we can all do well. We can all reap. We can all be generative. We can all contribute. We can all flourish. That's an unbelievably radical idea, which has driven modernity. And if you lose that, I think you lose a huge amount. And it should be no surprise, given everything that we all just said, that maybe the canary in the mine that we're losing that will be young men. Because young men are precisely the group who you would expect to be getting those incentive signals.
I definitely put the
very, very early on about the need to go in and flourish and do well in a society that's reliably signaling, yep, we can all do well. As soon as young men start to believe that we can't all do well, I think that's when the pathologies start.
So you said a word.
Fire that.
I'm sure to address it.
Never. I don't know why.
You mentioned the word Gooners, and there was this Harper's Magazine, and it was a brand that like made me want to go grab drinks with Angie Dickinson at the Polo Lounge in the 60s. I hadn't heard that brand in 40 years. Anyways, this article went viral about these guys called Gooners or Goon Cave, and it's supposed to be a community of young men who masturbate to exhaustion and brag about masturbating for 8, 12, 48 hours. So I could only get halfway through it because I just refuse to believe this is an actual thing, that this is anything more than just a tiny slice that this magazine has created a sensationalist article around. Or at least that is my hope, and I don't have data around this. But I was so just rattled and quite frankly offended by this thing that I refuse to believe this was anything more than clickbait. And do either of you have any data? Have you read this article, and do you have any data on this?
I read the first part of the article, too. I have no data on its frequency. But I'm very interested in existence proofs. That is, if there is a group that can be constituted this way, and if it has lasted for several years, that at least shows us that this is possible. And what I'm interested in is the way that cultures and subcultures have been formed forever with inheritance from previous generations. And so if you have inheritance from previous generations, but then you have variation too, that's just straight Darwinism.
For a little while now.
You'll get change, but it'll be connected to what people have done before. It'll be connected to what people have found works or flourishes before. And what we've had since 2012,
how you actually get
I believe, is a large severing of all links between generations. So young people now are growing up in a world, many of them, if they're really online, in which almost everything coming in was made in the last few weeks, and very little is 10 years old. And so humans can create all kinds of bizarre communities and cults. They tend not to last, decades, but there are ways that people can live. If I took that Harper's article, it'd be showing, here's what happens when you take a bunch of young men. Never been learned or known or done in human history by previous generations, give them lots of and connect them in ways that allow them to feel the world. So unless someone can show me that this didn't exist, I do take this as a sign of just how degraded and inhumane and inhuman you can get a group of young men to be if you put them in this incredibly toxic online environment and don't give them these roads out to actually make something of their lives. Richard, what do you think?
I think I hadn't heard existence proof. I think that's really interesting. The danger is that people will take the exceptions and assume that it's the rule, or at least is much broader. So they don't see it the way you've just seen it, as a warning sign, right? And what they see is like, they just go to this trope. And I'm going to be tribune of young men for a moment and say, young men are awesome. We're going to try this out, because I'm in a lot of rooms right now, left-wing rooms, right-wing rooms, where the basic consensus is we can all agree that young men suck. Right, in various ways. And so I'm just going to be, and I'm a bit worried about that narrative. And I think I've contributed to it. I think we've all contributed to it. We have to be careful before we sit down. Young men are tending to be kind of more liberal. There's lots of good stuff. And one of the things that gives me a bit of hope is you see these,
more nationalist.
Let's call them experiments in John, quote John Stuart Mill, is that you get these experiments in living, like this example, and then other people look at it, including other young men, and go, how's that working out? And then it's increasing numbers of young men saying, nope, that doesn't work. So I'm betting you that for every guy who's a an Arsenal supporter, as you also so it's like I'm really struggling with it, and I know you met I know you met Arteta. But I bet for every one of those, there is a young man who is actually sworn off pornography and masturbating to pornography. 10 of them, right? I don't know, but like there's this real movement online now where I think young men are trying in faltering ways to find better ways to form themselves, better ways to be in the world. They're seeing what's happening with this.
I've always,
and it's very important.
It's so fucking risky to press escape and then in this. I've always felt personally that there are certain things, easy dopamine hits typically are quite destructive. So like drinking too much, you know, jerking off on an overly regular basis, let's just say, things like that nature tend to be quite destructive for you because you're getting a reward without much effort. And a lot of the times it's the effort that really makes the reward worthwhile, you know? I mean, chasing a girl that you like, getting her and sleeping with her is like far more rewarding than just jumping on a Pornhub and, you know, looking at your favorite porn star. This is an example, you know?
We send the message to them that we're with them and that we want that to succeed. And that we see these genuine efforts, I think, on the parts of young men to figure this out.
No, thank you for turning the conversation this way. Richard, can you tell us about these headlines that we read about how young people are returning to religion, but it's especially young men, and it's especially really the harder, the more intense, not the sort of easier forms of religion?
Yeah, again, it's existence proof and very small data points at the moment, I think, right? Ryan Berge's writing to on this now, and I'm convinced that there is something there, right? That it's not just a kind of blip in the data. And I think it goes along with some of these other things that we're seeing even online, where the way I put it is,
for real, thanks.
I think there is a genuine search among many young men who are feeling somewhat lost, somewhat underformed, we can put it that way, for good ways to form themselves, to be better. I think that hunger to be better is incredibly strong, including among very young men. And that might lead them to bits of the online, it might lead them to cold plunges and whatever. It could also lead them to more demanding forms of religion. It can lead them to the kind of no masturbation pledges that they're getting online. And you mentioned Jordan Peterson earlier, Scott. I think that some of what he was doing, some of Charlie Kirk's messages, etc. I think one of the reasons these guys resonate was they were saying, look, these are hard things, you should do them. And the call to be better, I think it is one that a lot of young men are at least attempting to answer. I think it's on us to give them the places and the spaces and the room to do that. And even when there is a bit of a turn to religion or a desire for family, I think there was an NBC poll a while ago saying that most of the men who vote, the top one priority for men who voted for Donald Trump was to have a family. They're going to be better men if they have people to rely on them.
Despite all of the...
Support for the show comes from LinkedIn. We say this all the time on our show, but it bears repeating. Running a small business isn't just a full-time job. It's about a dozen full-time jobs that rarely, if ever, get to clock out of, at least until you get to the point where you can start hiring the dream team. And if you made it that far, you already know there's no time to mess around. That's where LinkedIn Jobs comes in. LinkedIn makes it easy to post your job for free, share with your network, and get qualified candidates that you can manage all in one place. And LinkedIn's new AI feature can even help you write job descriptions and then quickly get it in front of the right people with deep candidate insights. And if you decide you want to go the extra mile to find the perfect candidate, LinkedIn said that promoted jobs get 3 times the number of qualified applicants. It's all these little things that let you find help fast without compromising on quality, which add up to you finally having extra time in the day for, I don't know, relaxing. Or, knowing my listeners, you'll probably use that extra time to expand your empire even further. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/prof. That's linkedin.com/prof to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Think about it. I mean, drop that.
Support for the show comes from Vanguard. The lineup includes over 80 bond funds. To all the financial advisors listening, let's talk about bonds for a minute. Capturing value in fixed income is not easy. Bond markets can be massive, murky, and let's be real, a lot of firms throw a couple flashy funds your way and call it a day. But not Vanguard. Vanguard bonds are institutional quality. They're actively managed by a 200-person global squad of sector specialist analysts and traders. Lots of firms love to highlight their star portfolio managers, like it's all about that one brilliant mind making magic happen. Vanguard's philosophy is a little different. They believe the best active strategies should be shared across the team. That way, every client benefits from the collective brainpower, not just one individual's take. So, if you're looking to give your clients consistent results year in and year out, go see the record for yourself at Vanguard.com/audio. That's Vanguard.com/audio. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor. Support for the show comes from Vanta. As a founder, you're moving fast toward product market fit, your next round, or your first big enterprise deal. But with AI accelerating how quickly startups build and ship, your security expectations are higher earlier than ever. Getting security and compliance right can unlock growth, or stall it if you wait too long. Vanta is a management platform that helps businesses with deep integrations, automated workflows built for fast-moving.
Yeah, it sucks to be you. I don't have it.
Whether you're a startup tackling your first SOC 2 or ISO 27001, or an enterprise managing vendor risk, Vanta's trust management platform makes it quicker, easier, and more scalable. The results? According to an IDC study, Vanta customers slash over $500,000 a year in costs. Establishing trust isn't optional. Vanta makes it automatic. Go to vanta.com/PopG to save $1,000 today through the Vanta for Startups program and join over 10,000 ambitious companies already scaling with Vanta. That's VANTA.com/PopG to save $1,000 for a limited time.
So much. Let's just close this down. Exit.
Let's move to solutions. Rich.
So yeah, like I said, thanks so much for watching, guys. I stream most days. Yeah, like, subscribe, follow, chat too. Reach out. Let's have a conversation. But yeah, take care and wherever you are, and bye-bye.